And we are live! Hi, everybody. I never know how much of that. It says live, but then I don't see me until I see me. So we'll just have to go with whatever we go with. How are you all doing? V, good to go to have you. That's very good to go to have you. Lil, good to go to have you. And Infinite, good to go to have you. Welcome back. We're going to continue our journey. Oh, and look at all the individuals we got here. Okay. We're obviously got to warm up, and then we're going to be doing what is probably the last part of Heritage Found going into Map 6, which Map 6 should be tomorrow. And I assume that tomorrow is going to be a very long day for a lot of reasons. There are lots of tangents and lots of asides, but I definitely think I want to do Map 6 all in one day if at all possible. I might even start early, just because, frankly, there's so much to talk about there, on top of the emotions. Denny, good to go to have you. Althea, good to go to have you. I got an error instead of a stream. Okay, weird. Looks like everything's breaking. Speaking of, has anybody been noticed any bugs since 7.15 drop? I mean, like, I've been noticing more bugs in this game even before 7.15 drop during 7.1 than I feel like I've ever seen. Okay, let's see. We've got a lot to do today, and honestly, especially if Lilm were here, we're going to be bouncing off and talking about a lot of FF9 stuff. So let's go ahead and hop on over to Hingashi to finish up the melee role quest. Krista, good to go to have you. All right, how's everybody doing? Vibe check for the day. I woke up feeling, yesterday I was not feeling very good. And then I woke up today not feeling very good, but it slowly went away, which I'm very appreciative of. So actually I'm feeling quite good today. Oh, you know, I wish I could go back for the role quest right now, because I submitted those reports, and I'd be curious if in 7.15 they fixed any of the audio issues. Nevik, good to go to have you. This cat won't give me their cards. I bet you're playing against a Mikote. Triple triad. Your timing could not have been more impeccable, Elio. A person claiming to be an acquaintance of yours stopped by just moments ago wishing to have a word. About Samidare, no less. They're presently waiting in my room, so give me just a moment, I'll bring them here. I know this is probably inadvertent on their part, but like with Samidare, like appropriating everyone's identities and her now having glasses as a part of hers, one thing that's funny to me is it kind of reminds me of The Thing, like the 1980s John Carpenter The Thing, where it can't assimilate metals, so people who have fillings are basically in the clear. Also, we will be talking from here on out. I'm going to just say spoilers are good to go. We can talk about up to 7.0, and we can even talk about 7.1 because we were talking about it plenty on Monday. And I think that really there's no point at the point at which we've talked about that there, but also I think there's so much juicy stuff, and if we don't start talking about some of it now, Map 6, Living Memory is going to be, yeah. I wasn't here. I'm pretty sure I sent you a message, Lone, that we were doing that.
You look well, Elio. Forgive me for eschewing pleasantries, but there's an urgent matter I wish to discuss.
What did we eat on our trial before the Bardam's Medal?
I believe we feasted on gulu meat. You and Hian competed to see who could bring back the Greater Hall.
That's cute.
It would seem you too have grown wary of impostors. Then we can proceed straight into the heart of the matter. You appeared in Mol Ilo a few days ago, claiming Hian had been driven to madness, that he was assembling an army in Doma to plan to conquer the Eorzean steppe. For a blessing, we already received word from a Doman envoy that an agitator was mimicking others, and saw the ruse for what it was. Unfortunately, we attempted to capture them. The impostor transformed into a sheep and disappeared amongst the band grazing on the plains. When I informed our friends in Doma of the incident, I was told you have been using Kugane as a base to track down the perpetrator, and thought it was best I praise you of this happening. Samidare, he won't relent. His schemes won't end until we make them end. You may discover a clue to his whereabouts in reunion. If anyone in the steppe has seen him, this is where they will be. Now I must alert the other tribes to this threat. May the winds speed your way.
The Juno one? Yeah. Yes, spoilers! The floodgates are open! Spoil away! The beacon's unlit! Spoilers call for aid! What? Off to the Azim step then. With any luck, someone in Reunion will have insight or offer. Raven, good to glad to have you. Thank you for clicking the like button. Today it tastes of cherry. What's the other quest I have? Oh, it's just... melee DPS is one of the better role quests for Dawn Trail. I quite like tank and range DPS ones too alongside this one. Okay, see you, good to glad to have you. I just did Everkeep yesterday night for Duty Roulette, first time player. They had their original group quit. It was not fun, but we got through the second time. They were at phase 2. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it would have been a normal, yeah. Just wait, don't forget to like the like button. Also, you being a bad influence on me, Elio, I will now explain Warframe lore in YouTube comments in the exact same cadence we talk on book clubs instead of regular internet talk. You mean you comment thoughtfully with insight and curiosity, and for that information which you don't have perfect answers for, you are speculative rather than just saying, no, I'm right? You fool, Infinite. You fool. You fool.
Someone stirring up trouble. A quarrel among the tribes is as common as the rising sun. Not a day goes by without it. Now, if you will excuse me, I have goods to sell. Kindly continue your inquiries elsewhere.
That was brusque.
Conflict is forbidden in Reunion. This is known. As for my tribe, all is at peace. I heard a rumor of interest, however. It seems Magni of the Eorzean has been behaving strangely of late. Perhaps that is related to the matters of you are investigating?
Or it's just Magni being Magni. Warframe lore is headache and a half due to the one word, eternalism. See, to contextualize how long ago I was playing Warframe, I have Excalibur Prime. It's funny, lately, usually I would say Excalibur, but I feel like doing these voices for Tyrolians is making me do things like Excalibur. Yeah. So I have played probably like 300 hours of Warframe, but over the past 10 years.
Conflict. Not besides the normal quarries between the tribes. Certainly no dispute on the scale you speak of. But I had heard rumors that Magni has been sneaking out for a Dawn Throne. Where could he be going? And to do what, I wonder?
No. When discussing lore, one must force the square pegs through the triangle holes and hear no dissent on this course of action. Yeah, exactly. Listen, you would have done the same if one of the mechanics in 14 was chatting with characters and explaining lore to them in universe. Yeah. That's cute. Alpha tested Warfare. Well, there you go. Magni is ever the hopeless romantic. You should play Warframe 1999. It's actually good. I heard about that. What is it exactly? Were you able to learn anything of interest? Well, Magni is acting weird, but it's not clear if that's out of the norm. I've also heard rumors pertaining to this Magni. One person even stated that they saw him headed towards a place called Bardam's Metal not long ago. Mayhap his is the form of Samidare, as it has chosen to take. Whatever the case may be, we'll find answers at Bardam's Metal. We can't allow Samidare's depravities to go on any longer. Steel yourself for when we next face him. We're putting an end to all this. Ooh. Good, you're ready. Once the battle begins, there's no telling which form Samidare might take. An eminent warrior, a fearsome beast, or worse, an otaku. He's also shown me more scrupulous behavior in his preparations of late. Whatever his form, we would do our best to assume that he's thoroughly studied in his strengths, and we'll use them to full effect. Yep, I'm not the feeble hunter I was before. Together with your martial might and my exacting eye, we'll defeat him. At long last, Toka shall have her vengeance, and my village shall see the cocoon returned. Yeah, I did play Dark Sector, so I did know about the Dark Sector into Warframe bit, yeah. Little son. Is that what it says on the tin? Warframe in the year 1990. Okay, I mean, cool. Wait, did I fucking call it?
My beautiful bright sun, I would bask in the warmth till my flesh returns to the earth.
Did I fucking call it that Magni was acting normal, but instead... Fucking nailed it! As the feral dawn god rabid, you speak these honeyed words to lure me into your cot, only to slit my throat as I sleep.
Hush, fool. I am your Nama. Though we had our disagreements in the past, I've come to understand my actions were born of love. Yet only now that I am forced to wed do I realize this. Despite my shame, I wish to confess my feelings before it's too late.
Wed? A Dothral beast like you? To whom? To what?
Yenadoma. By becoming kin, he seeks to leverage the influence of the Dothral to claim dominion over the steppe.
Doman knows no shame. Very well. I'll consider your proposal. Far-fetched though it may be, I cannot overlook the possibility that you are my Nama. But first we must gather our warriors. The Doman's impudence cannot go unpunished. We march for Doma come morrow's dawn. Magni, that's not your moon. You, what are you doing here?
Is it not obvious? They are spies of Doma come to quash any thoughts of resistance. You must kill them, quickly.
But he is the Khan. Oh, man. Yeehaw! You two were quite the persistent pair. I'd hoped to strike at your backs from the shadows, but now you forced my hand. I'll select from my repertoire the greatest warriors I have witnessed, and I use their strength to give you the death you so crave. Unbound, Silvertongue Samidare. Beginning with her. Oh, is he gonna make me Yatoka? That's gonna be sad. Yep. How dare you? When my arrow pierce your breast, Itoka will finally know peace. I know, but don't ruin it. I'm taking back what you stole. Take it if you dare, from the hands of Itoka herself. I'm going to enjoy this. With this artifact, her mastery is mine to wield. Dude, I've been playing so much fishing lately, I don't think I've done like any combat other than streams. Even her foe commands over beasts. Now come forth and swarm my foes. I need to go back to doing dungeons. Also, I just recently, like last night, finished getting every spearfishing fish in the game. Or at least, I think I'm still missing one. Oh, fuck. Let's see how you flee afoot you are. Hot damn. Crush them. There are so many, but I can bury them in a volley of arrows. Stubborn fools. Very well. I shall borrow the might of the brutish Ornir. Dream, weave, cocoon. How funny would it be if she turned into a Rathlos? You will scuttle about no more. Can't move. Now to deliver the coup de grace with the Dothral devil. Not you will remain. You're a lifesaver. I see myself more as a smarty, but hey, what can you do? All candies are good. Except for the ones with coconut. Damn you! So be it. I will assume her form. Oh? Oh! Tremble before the might of the auspice, Tamamo Gorzen. Don't forget to use your arm's length. I'm not finished yet. Oh, this should be interesting. Ooh. Don't forget to take advantage of your mitigation. Feint is a useful skill. A curse to spell your doom. Such power. I shall drink deep of the ambient aether and render you to ash. Oh shit. Such baleful energy. We'll be in trouble if we don't do something. Oh boy. Ooh. You survived? I don't die for anything less than a god. He's winded. Now's our chance. It matters not, so long as I have this power. Victory is assured. You may want to check that. Are you sure about that? No, I will not lose to vermin like you. Too bad, so sad. No. Oh shit. Megare Usagi to the rescue! Oh! Good shot. If you flew that far, we're right next to the edge. Wouldn't you have fallen? Okay, cool. I was about to say. Yeah, that dude's dead. Oh, fuck you. He's dead. Finally. Itoka, it's finally done. What am I doing here? I feel as though I have just woken from the strangest dream. Well, you see. This cowardly cur assaulted you from behind and knocked you unconscious. Just him standing there asking, are you my Nama? You have shown the sun the disgrace this day. You will feel his scorn impressed upon your flesh. You shall forget the warmth of his radiance in the shadows, and they will scream, yet none will hear. Prepare yourself. Okay, Magni. Death would have been too good a fate for him. He deserves to spend the rest of his days feeling the weight of his crimes. Now we've honored Itoka's memory and reclaimed the cocoon. No words can express my gratitude, Elio. I can finally go home, while my community awaits our foremost hunter's triumphant return. What expression will come over their faces when the village disgrace arrives instead? I don't know if I can bear to see it. I'm surprised there was a dialogue option there. Really, it's good to see, glad to have you. Did we have anyone else pop in? Not appear like that. Again, Hildebrand, Jeans all through this scroll quest. I get what you're saying. Like, for even what Magni just did is in that wheelhouse. I feel, at least as of the melee DPS role quest, it is tamed. There is humor in the Namazu. There is a little bit of over-the-topness, but I do feel like at no point has it ever reached full Hildebrand levels, you know? That's my feeling. Our journey to reclaim the Dreamweave cocoon has come to an end at long last. With that, could return home in high spirits. As I recall, you said Shishepia is one who requested your help, yeah? Let's make our journey back to Tuliolal and report to her all that's happened. Also, I feel like I just know, like, a bunch of the shadows in that cutscene were, like, weirdly aliased. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Hell yes, breaking boundaries. Okay, but do we really need freaking breaking boundaries for the funny disguise, man? Yes. I'm still wondering, working on the Feast of Famine quest. Nice. They turned into terrible web development programs. What was that? Imagine if you said Mad the Southern Ninja. Underflow his negative intelligence to the point his brain crashes. Roads forsaken. How dare you turn into a battle. But Elio, Fate is a DPS. It's only a DPS loss if you're clipping your GCDs. GCDs, which you shouldn't be doing anyways. Just a flesh wound. I love when they let the Warrior of Light be expressive, yeah. She's also the reason why foot binding was invented. For the Chinese shield of Dachi, okay. Binding was invented, so no one would question the fox-shaped feet she had. I would say that the suffering that was imparted due to foot binding was not worth it. You mad? My man became a Namazu. Yeah, no, basically, really, you're right, yeah. Got the brain cell to pass for one. Are Namazu always the comic relief? There are serious moments with Namazu, but they are always a form of levity. I would say in almost every incarnation I can think of, they are a form of levity. One of the incarnations that they're not a form of levity in is the idea that they might have been all wiped out on the first. But yeah. Also, there was no final Namazu joke in that quest. I'm surprised. You're back. Were you able to retrieve the Dreamweave cocoon? Itoka isn't with you, is she? Ahoy. Kuyiki, thank goodness you're alive. The Outjaw AC, I have a short I'm working on as to why the Outjaw might be in Shaloni. May your soul rest in Cocoon's embrace. I can't believe Itoka is gone. Yeah, our village's greatest hunter is lost to us, while its greatest failure survives. Here, take the cocoon back where it belongs. Home. I have no right to return. Don't be ridiculous. You are a child of the forest. You're our dear sister. You can always come home. Your entire village has been worried sick about you. We all saw how crestfallen you were, so when you suddenly disappeared, we feared you took your own life. For 3 days and 3 nights, we scoured land and water to find you. Yet look at you now, Kuyiki. Not only are you hale and whole, but you've reclaimed the cocoon, too. I'm sure that Itoka's spirits hunting in the forest above is smiling down at you with pride. And she would much rather you take up her mantle and protect the village than wallow in guilt over her death. Nothing escapes your gaze now, after all. Ain't that right? Thank you. Sheshbia. It's settled. You return home with me and finally our village can breathe a sigh of relief. And it would be remiss of me not to thank you properly, Elio. For assisting Kuyiki in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I was a little more than a liar and a hypocrite when we first met. But during our time together, I discovered that I'm so much more than that. With the right tools, even I could become a hunter worthy of following in Itoka's footsteps. I'm truly grateful to you for helping me see that. Farewell for now, Elio. I hope that one day our paths may cross again. I think the reality is that, like, the story for the world quests are too earnest to be, like, well, Hildebrand. Like, I get that they have, like, they have some zaniness, absolutely, but I think they keep it really tempered for the most part. Like, there is a little bit of zaniness with each, like, with the Namazu and stuff, at least with this world quest, but I find it very, very tempered. I would, if there was someone who did not like Hildebrand, I would not in any way inherently assume that they would not like the world quests. Yeah. My man is really dogging me for it. First lot is where blank race, oh, they died. Yeah, the first is a lot where it's a blank race on, oh, they died forever ago. Yeah, the 92. Why is there a giant Namazu in Shaloni? Why wouldn't there be? The 92, in fact. Mainly just for geographical reasons, but also it's worth pointing out that it makes more sense for a Namazu to be in Shaloni than it does for Namazu to be in Eorzea. Because remember, Namazu are mainly being found here, right? I mean, also in Higashi, but like mainly in like Doma or stuff, right? If we take that for granted, all you have to do is go across the glass ocean and you end up basically in Shaloni. Also, for some reason, my cursor is now actually showing up again. It used to not do that. I'll have to figure that out later. Join us in our Discord at discord.gg/archive for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussions. Thank you, Infinite. For countless generations, Shaloni's grandmothers have told the tale of the Namazu elemental, the Outjaw. It is said that it could sense the lies of wicked children. With their whiskers, it would swallow those whole who had told lies, yeah. I have a fun little short that'll be out someday. Oh, right, I was going to Solution 9 for continuance of the story. Actually, well, wait, let's see. No, I need to go to Electrum Strike first. I know it'd be a lot, but I miss the individual job quests. I still think about those older stories, what those characters are doing. I pretty emphatically am on the side of sticking with the role quests. I think the role quests are... The thing is that some of the job quests are great. Some of them are not. And the more jobs there are, and the more there isn't a story to tell, but they need to tell a story. For an example, Jruntia is great character, right? Enjoy him. But here's the thing, other than just constantly going on adventures with Jruntia, you don't have the inception of a job from the ground up in the same way with Red Mage. So effectively, at some point, you're just like kind of continuing it. And that's what you see a lot with a lot of the Realm Reborn job quests in particular, right? Is that a lot of their stories are kind of just continuing. There's not even a lot to like, they're not doing a lot with it, other than something kind of fun or cute. Now, I think what they could do with role quests instead is just make the characters more memorable in weirdly specific ways, in the same way that, like, whether you like him or hate him, Curious Gorge, make Curious Gorge as memorable as Kuyuki, which I would argue that, I mean, with the glasses and everything, I think she's, you know, still a memorable character, but whether that's by design or over, I think there's something that could be done to make the characters in role quests even more memorable. Maybe giving them outfits that are more singular would be one thing that would frankly help. But I think the role quest is just a better system. It's just a better system. It's a better system for like 6 reasons. It's a better system because, one, it's a better system now, I should say, like as of Shadowbringers on, is a better system because you can create, you only have to create 5 storylines rather than, so you can put a lot more time and effort into each individual one. It's a better system because you can assume anyone who plays a job of that thing had a shared experience on a baseline assumption of what they have done in a trial. And like you'll notice that in Shadowbringers, all the role quests actually kind of teach you how to play your role. Job quests were becoming an ever increasing workload. Yeah, I think that is like one of the biggest things for sure. I do not think it's the only thing. I think there are active strengths that come with the role quest system for sure. Main Paladin questline got it rough. The moment you have thought it may be getting better next expansion, it turns into Gladiator questline instead. Yeah. I mean, both 70, Stormblood and Shadowbringers are both. What's so weird to me is kind of like, I do have to say, what's weird to me about some of the job quests that aren't as good is that it feels like there's definitely room to make them interesting. Like with Paladin, yes, everything's tied to the Sultana, but there's the free Paladins is one a thing. But secondly, like just make it what effectively the capstone is the understanding that the focus of the Paladin job quest is about what it means to protect what you care, to protect something, to care about, to be the guardian, to be the protect. Like but the thing is that they only end up doing that through the Gladiator characters because they don't have it set up to do through the Paladin characters. So, like, it's weird to me that Stormblood, like, don't get me wrong, I like Stormblood being the Stormblood Paladin quest. I actually think is a pretty okay, good quest. The problem is just it's a Gladiator quest. But ho! Although the mood became a tad subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our repast together. We did too, Otis. To hear about the Endless was something of a shock, but we likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad to know that you and I could talk, Golosha. We're going to get along great. I just know it. You think so? Ha ha ha! I am happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you will be returning to Everkeep. Permit me to accompany you at the last, at least, at a part of the way. Still met the Paladin job quest. Get done dirty, yeah. I would point out, I actually don't think they're not great, but the Paladin job quests are okay. But the problem is that there's only 2 Paladin job quests. There's only Realm Reborn and Heavensward. About Sveen, it doesn't matter to me if she's an Endless, whether she's alive like you and me or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. I still don't know what it is. I expect that these are things that she can't tell us, not with Eorzean watching. At the very least, I'd like to know what the Endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. Just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, and on the way back, let's make a quick stop on the Drift Downs. I want to tell Tapu how it went. Yeah. We're gonna go noodling for Namazu. It's interesting, actually. It made sense for individual job quest lines to end at a certain point. With Dawn Trail, it would actually make more sense for them to come back with the whole new perspective and culture thing and all. Really? I guess I don't see the necessary differences why that's any more true for Dawn Trail than it would have been for, say, Thavner. You know? Because you have a whole new culture and different perspective. I feel like also the Viper quest line kind of in a sense already affects that, right? Yeah, but it's an interesting point if you have any further thoughts on it. Ninja was just a divorce storyline. Ninja just repeated itself a few times. I'd give Ninja a little bit more credit than that. At least Ninja, to its credit, I think is a more unified story trying to talk about the Doma, the Domans, the fall of Hingashi, and it does it in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word, and then really importantly in Stormblood. So like, I wouldn't say that it's one of my favorites. But I think that Storm Ninja's Quest is okay. Beef Stew is always simple. Word Job quests were so wacky. I love them. See, the thing is, the Word Job quests are like my least favorite, but not because I think they're bad. It's just I don't find, like, they're wacky, and I think that's great. I don't enjoy that for job quests as much, mostly because from a lore standpoint, there's so much interesting to, like, I would love to learn about the Far Reach or the Warrior's Rage or the, you know, and it doesn't feel like we get as much of that. Instead, we get zany characters that are memorable, which, again, your preference may vary, but yeah. Alexa, play Fighting Journey from Town. Good heart. Too bad her programming is out of whack. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, I miss my rogue pirates. Love those misfits. Bringing back the rogues and then Dez gonna see what have you. Rogues and the Ninja Quest was great. Yeah, which also, I mean, makes sense too, right? I mean, it evolves into that. Hey, how you doing? Ah, you're returned. Were you able to find Galulja? We were, thanks to you. Oh, ooh. All's well. All's well with you, boy. I'm relieved to hear that. And I'm to know that he has a family who worries for him. Galulja too must be glad. I hope so. I try not to rush or force anything, though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. My, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Sven, what were you doing here? Visiting my people. Are you doing the same, perchance? I suppose we are, yes. Listen, there's something we'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? So you know about the Endless. While we may not discuss it openly, my people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I made no attempt to conceal my nature. If I might ask, though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will towards this mysterious individual, lest that be your concern. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Sven, you care for your people. That much is plain. And I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier in Everkeep, there was something that you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far, we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond our limit. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Energy? I don't understand what the workings of it all, but is there something we can do to help? Then... would you be willing to become an Alexandrian citizen? What? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can't just become an Alexandrian. Indeed. I suppose you can't. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? The same as you, of course. To protect my people. If that's the case, tell us about the energy the Endless require. That I cannot say.
Do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish. I wish we had been born on the same side. Hey, wait, what do you mean by that? Wait, Sveen! Damn it. But I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. Let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Sveen. I don't want to risk causing him pain. In the words of a very important and famous gnome. Woo! Her programming isn't out of whack. It's she's doing exactly what she's programmed to do. Yeah, we'll talk about that. To be honest, having the inner beast. Yeah, I guess the problem I see is like, other than short of the warrior just like literally throwing their axe into the ground, and like even that would be a little weird for it to just be standing in the ground. But that'd be kind of cool if you could throw your into the ground for like, you know, like 3 GCDs. You were just like going fucking ham. That would be kind of cool. I took the okay through the warrior's getting more punching and kicking abilities with every update. That monk's gotta feel pretty damn jealous. Yeah. So that bit right there was important, I feel. Yeah. If we had accepted the offer to become an Alexandrian to put on a regulator, opening the possibility of memory tampering. I don't think that that would have been what use it was put to, but that's, I mean, it could have been, since the regulators are capable of doing that. My feeling is instead that instead of the tampering of memory would be that we were Alexandrians, we would then be part of the living memory system itself when we died, and therefore a part of her entire intent and programming, presuming it is to conserve, would have to encompass all of us as well. It would have to encompass Wuklamat, but hopefully also presumably the Tuliololans, if they became Alexandrians, they would be part of the people who would be saved, even if it was still always at the cost of others. That's my read. Jessica, good to see, glad to have you. Happy holidays! Happy holidays to you. I'm listening while catching up on housework. Nice. Hope you're enjoying. I'm going with this yeet this triple triad NPC. Will you get Thancred? I think it's more wanting to protect them and being Alexandrians and loophole. Yeah, Relish, that's my read too. He has given me 4 of the same card. Yeah, what do you think would happen had we and Erenville went ahead on the train that day? Presumably, Erenville would have met up with Kefkiwa. We would probably have met up with Namika. We would probably have united with the other members of Oblivion earlier. And we, as the Warrior of Light, probably would have found a way to break through the dome at an earlier point. How early, I can only guess, but I think those are like some of the main key points that I would have assumed would have taken place. We also might have been able to, we might have defeated Zeralja earlier, depending on a couple of things. Eating together was fun. I hope we can do it again. A lot has happened, but the important thing is Galulja is safe and well. Kefkiwa has been worried, so let's hurry back. I have gone ahead and apologized for us. Sunlight, good to see you, glad to have you.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sveen.
'Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
Sorry, I need to look at that line real quick. As part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it's true. Yet though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. That's interesting. Because he did succeed. If he is the warrior who protected her. Huh. Let me write that down. Oh, why is my Joplin and my Trello not open? There we go. Joplin notes. Timeline of Tyrol. Timeline of a Lost World. Here we go. Otis failed to protect his queen. Oh, well, of course, if he's not referring to Sphene, yet though it be in previous life I failed to protect my queen. It could be that instead of assuming that he's referring to Sphene, he could have been referring to Sphene's mother. Protect his queen in his previous life. Because we know from yesterday that yeah, interesting. I gotta keep working on that timeline.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Kululja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I'm gonna say it, Otis is a better character than Steiner. I'm saying it.
I've been looking all over for you.
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo.
Otis, I need you to keep Kululja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance.
Oh. And
Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
no.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good.
I mean, between
How's
now
the
and
situation in
then,
Tulichola?
Nevik, we have
There's nothing to worry about. Or so my brother assured me.
we bring him to
With
Evergreen.
such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Lon.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated.
He's also a king at that point.
I'm coming, Sorolja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Also, it involves him, right? Like, he's not just a side character there. Like, his presence in the Uwada field station is relevant.
Lamachi is right. Let's have faith in everyone and do what we can. This is a moment of truth. We had to hold Eorzean here, and I know exactly how to do that.
We have to bring up and stop sharing my brain cells. Also, you don't have to whistle casually, Lillian. You can always just like throw the bits and bobs in here as we go through. Again, spoiler gates are open. Don't love AC Gear, there's a comic of the what if scenario of Alfino being on the train that day. Oh, is that like a fan comic, I'm assuming, Danny? We're like breaking through the dimensional veil with sheer force of will, no vanguard needed. Look, I'm not saying that, look, if we had it happen once when Xenos comes to our aid, why can't it happen a second time? We'd also be older, maybe a well-known figure among Oblivion and potentially all of Alexandria. Well, no, we wouldn't be older, because we would go in and we would be at our age and we would be experiencing Alexandrian time. So we would be at the same moment, you know. The more the merrier. Wearing the new hairstyle. I mean, we could try it on Elio. I kind of tend to prefer to keep it. And also, my hair is almost already looking like Elio's hair. I also assumed our characters didn't know it was going to be a nightmare lab. That is part of it, too. Nanamo and Cool. I mean, Nanamo's in her 20s, so little different. But she has been ruling for a while. What is it? She's not... I know we know her exact age because we know when her parents died, and then we know what year her parents died, and we know what, I think we actually even have what year she's born in. It should be about 20-ish years ago, so if we're 1577, it's, well, 1580 maybe, but 1577, 20 years ago from that should be about 57, yeah, 1556, Nanamo Ulnamo, first daughter of the Sultan and heir to the throne, is born. That's 1556. If we think of the start of A Realm Reborn as a 1577, she is 21 at the start of A Realm Reborn. So she would be somewhere in between the age of 21 and 25 now. Presumably, she's probably about 24. If our current theory that it has been about 3 years since A Realm Reborn holds. Okay, doke. V, are you here or are you at a meeting? Because I have a weird request. Also, okay, who's ready for a great cutscene and who's ready to rock the fuck out in a little bit here? Because one of my favorite cutscenes in Dawn Trail's coming up.
Before we get going, I have a request to make of you. When we confront Eorzean, you must let me face him alone.
Can you come fix my back?
What? No, that's far too dangerous. Why put yourself at such risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Eorzean within the dome and protect Tuliolao. The second is free Wayawakwe if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy foe for Eorzean. If I come to him with help, and he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Tuliolao is better prepared for this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle. And failing that, we might at least weaken Eorzean. Rest assured, I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the dome has given us invaluable insights into the Alexandrian culture. Your use of regulators, for one, the secret to Eorzean's strength. Then you mean to... That's right. If I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw souls. See how much he wants to duel after that. So will you leave Eorzean to me?
It's nothing that the vow of resolve can't handle.
Thank you, Elio. It's true that this is the fight, and how you chose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling, or Eorzean's attempts to call upon his minions, we will come to your aid. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be here, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I'll keep Tuliolao safe.
Ray, good to glad to have ya. Kiko, good to glad to have ya. get to fix your back like Nashu would. And Ray Ray pops up. Here's Nashu reference pops up.
Zorolcha!
Hello.
Okay, who thought she was gonna die?
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
Yeah, pretty much me too, Sunlight.
I am here, brother. I did not run nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended with Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
No, you don't.
I love that she's like knocked back by that.
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
Sorry, good to go have you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tulihiola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphinx.
How gullible you are. All of this is Fiend's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
It's so weird to me that that wasn't a voice cutscene with her earlier.
Liar! Sphinx would never do that.
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
Oof.
How did she...
Energy of the scene just fucking changes on a dime.
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zoralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. You farce from the very start.
Or eugenics kind of is the answer to that, Relish.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
No, that's not a lie. The problem is it's the truth.
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you, but I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen Sphene. An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
Wrong to doom another to save yourself.
You waste your words. There is no turning back. Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyola lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyola to the ground and harvest every last soul! It is over. For Tuliyola, your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
Let's fucking go. I love Wuklamat. Meanwhile, in Tuliyola. Sorry, meanwhile in Shalomi. Admittedly, rad.
They're coming!
Agreed, Rarick.
Well, come on then, you tin bastards.
Yeah!
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
Sure, it's only been like 6 months since you fucking saved the universe.
The spirit. We promised Valkona we deliver him a mountain of scrap, and I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Roger, roger.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below?
Watch Dragoon do his fucking thing. Hey, it's the animation from the trailer.
Don't see that every day.
Yeah, when is it ever not, Jessica? 100% on Trail Sound Guide and Grey OST. Anchored over here, half Dragoon.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Taral.
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm.
And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
You fucking bloodthirsty, crazed lunatics. He has oil craze in this. Meanwhile, over Tulio Lal. Hey Sarah, così con rabbia.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards!
Fucking Bakun Cha-Cha!
That was a near thing. Are you all right?
You... Saved your life. Yes, I know.
Don't squander it.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to my rescue. Bakul Jaja. Thank you.
Still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it.
I love Bakul Jaja's two heads. I love the brothers together.
Right. We're not done yet.
Ooh, Ken Ram. I didn't notice Ken Ram's sword before. Is that original or is that a... That's probably... It's pretty.
We're holding our own against their infantry. But what of that monstrosity and its escort?
Yes!
If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Yes!
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
Let's fucking go!
Bleeding dragon.
Doing his father proud.
What in the navigator's name is it doing here?
Tuliyollal has entered into an alliance with Radzat Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Calling his brethren. Oh, fuck yes. I love that they use the dragon's call, like the same dragon's call that used to call to Hydaelyn. Hey, Hydaelyn!
Right in the nick. Tuliyollal shall never forget this debt.
Fucking go.
We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Now, as we understand it, Luna, Vritra's horde is Radzat Khan, so presumably it's either those of Hraesvelgr or Tiamat.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Useless. All of you.
And it would make sense if it was Tiamat's too, since she went with much of her horde to Eorzean.
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
Have you gone mad?
When
Always
the
was,
army
honey.
fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess. To achieve victory by any means necessary. Suralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
Execute Order 66, I mean.
Damn you!
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Kulcha! I told you not to come!
Galulja.
You must flee, Kululja. It isn't safe.
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Otis might be relevant. The
Otis?
fact.
What's wrong?
Pay attention to Otis.
Find me at the top of Everkeep.
Luffy, good to glad to have you.
There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
Take care, Luffy. Anyone else? Lynn, did we see good to glad to have you? Good to glad to have you. That was an interesting teleportation.
I must protect them.
Yeah, we established this. He has no shame. Yeah, exactly, son. Steiner, I mean Otis, yeah. Not the young. Same man. It's not just the Midgard Summer Ambient 8th or horizontal loop before the call. It's the same animation. Cute. For some reason, Kono holding down the fort made me emotional. Will not really trust him. He's power proofs. Why? I mean, it is. It's beautiful, right? Your fleeing ship design is bad. You should feel bad. His inevitable villainous breakdown has arrived. Yeah. I would point out, notice, Otis is a soul within a machine that has a distinct personality and individuality that also can be the either machine or the soul and memories inside of Mola can repress the individual's desire or disposition. That might be relevant in thinking about Sphene. Also thinking about the fact that Sphene, actual Sphene's soul may be in the mesoterminal or have been kept itself. So the difference between an endless being just the retrieved memories created into a constituent form, right? Versus like what Otis is, which is a soul and memories put in a mechanical body. We don't actually know what happened to the historical Sphene. That he should take his own child hostage. We must hurry back to Everkeep. Zraja thinks nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. Chances are we'll have to face a good part of his army, with Otis among them. Let's take care. Are you ready, Elio? Let's fucking go. Little Isaiah. I love that y'all are as hyped as I am for that. It's just so good. It makes me sad that one of the hypest moments in Dawn Trail is maybe technically a footfalls, but, you know, I love Endwalker, so.
Ow.
have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father!
It's interesting that Zeralsha doesn't kill
Otis.
him.
Hamachi, you have to stop him.
It's telling.
You have to.
Yeah, exactly.
What have you done?
Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it!
Oof.
Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
Wukama is a genuinely really good character, particularly in the back half. From map 5 onwards, I genuinely love the representation of Wukama. And I like, the first half is great because the first half makes the back half feel earned because of the gradual increase in character, but I genuinely like the representation of Wukama in Heritage Found onwards particularly. If you care for your people, protect them.
I deceived you all, and still... The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not. There's nothing I wouldn't do for them.
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Like, man, I get Wukama may not be someone's favorites, but like, really? This is the character we're all angry about? I feel like the worst thing you could possibly say is the character's middling, which I wouldn't agree with, but like...
Please, everyone, lend me your strength!
These citizens, this is horrible. The way is blocked. I have the authority, enough to move structures at the moment. We're good to go. There, now please help me as many as you can.
There's nothing I wouldn't do, foreshadowing, yeah.
Right. Let's deal with these ones first.
I'm truly in your debt.
There are still those we can save.
Aw.
Keep moving.
Embodying your grandfather evermore, Alice.
I'll make us a path. Oh, Everkey, hearken to me. That saved us a detour. Excellent, let's press on. So many still crying out in fear and pain. Please hold on.
Turn on my fan. Yeah. Temperature is at 132. I'm pretty high.
to us to stop them.
You're fine on mine? Okay, cool. It's saying that I'm not putting out a whole lot. But we'll see. Yeah, right now I'm just overheating. So if the stream dies a little bit, that's what's going on. Just be aware. Good on your... Okay, it's all good? Cool. Let's check on them. Where's the support we called for?
You're safe now. Be at ease.
Are you okay? I have no souls left. If I get killed again, It's going to be okay. Take deep breaths. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Oh, thank you for coming to save us. It's a true relief to see Your Majesty unharmed. Are you hurt? It's only a graze. You needn't worry about me. Just help those who are still out there. More machines over there. They should be fine here. Is that all of them? Non-combat sections of the soloists. Yeah, and to like be focused on
like
people.
That does it for this area.
On the citizens and make it about that.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into two groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
Presumably Relish.
All right.
But I would assume that even if it was capable of, it will not activate unless death, because it's not going to waste a soul on a flesh wound when it would instead save it for mortal wounds. So, it might have the capacity to, but I don't think it would.
Otis, you've got to wake up.
Otis.
know what? It just occurred to me.
Snap out of it, Otis! Don't you recognize us?
I'm gonna set some stuff.
First formation! Show them a knight's valor!
The machines obey him!
Little Lake on the
Second
update.
formation! Seize the glory of victory!
Something about him is familiar, but it couldn't be.
Third formation! Onward for Alexandria!
It is him, the captain of the knights.
Don't like the looks of this! Everyone, keep your guard up! Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
That is a tank buster. Do not stand
If
on
he
that.
still remembers me, then perhaps.
Oh, okay. Otis literally in every way is setting up Sphene in, like, living memory. Like, I mean, I kind of already knew that, but literally even the idea that you could semi-awaken a consciousness, even if it was already being reprogrammed to focus on another aspect of their function. Agreed, Lynn. Agreed.
Right.
Thanks,
He's
Lon.
deactivated.
Thanks for the call out, Lone.
It should be safe to approach.
Wogelmot, look out!
Otis! No!
I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself.
This is
You're
literally
a
set up.
proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects.
Fuck yeah.
Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria.
Fucking love Otis.
Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens.
Up to this point, he's been in the game for all of like 3 quests, and yet he's still awesome.
Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight with you. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's building up energy. Have care.
Also, whoever said that they're having nostalgia for an expansion that we just had, I'd point out that, remember, as of this month, Endwalker came out 3 years ago. Just a friendly reminder. Feel old.
The dead is rising to itself.
Let's split up and deal with them.
Yet another example of how this fight feels like it was made for, Viper. Or this expansion, like a lot of the movies.
Not holding anything back, are we?
Leave this to me. Behold, the blade work of a royal knight.
God, I love Paladin. Is it over?
Such tremendous lightning.
So many! This is going to be tough.
I cannot move!
Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low.
Let's go!
Otis, you must stop. Your body can't survive this.
Otis continues to endure.
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
Yeah, rip Brodus, yeah.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered.
They go to the ethereal sea.
He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
So Otis straight up completely
Hey, wait!
shows us everything to do with Sphene in 7.0 and now 7.x. Think about it. Literally, we know his soul could exist with its memories intact, put into a robot body, but also those memories were copied and created into an endless. Yeah, the Otis in particular, yeah.
Is everyone all right? We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst, but the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Ship of Theseus. Well, that too, but like literally, it's not even Ship of Theseus in that, like, if you replace things bit by bit, as much as that is important and obviously a part of what's going on here, but I mean specifically Otis, there being multiple Sphenes. So for instance, there's no prerequisite that if a soul with its memories exists, that its memories cannot be copied and exist in the living memory system. Why that matters is that they keep playing very coy around the real historical Sphene, and due to 7.1, we know that not only is there a fake Sphene, Sphinx as I will call her, but also even after the slaying of Queen Sphene at this time in 7.0, some other kind of Sphene reawakens. Now, for instance, if her soul and its memories were kept inside of the mesoterminal after her body was died due to Levin sickness historically, that could be possible, and you could still have that exist while at the same time having this Queen Sphene of 7.0 exist. So like it does, like there's a good possibility that everything about Otis is showing 7.x, but on top of that it's showing 7.0 for a couple examples. For instance, Otis has in the physical bodies has pre-programming that may to some extent or may not affect his memory, but he exists in that physical form, but it can be overridden. But also his memory and sense of self can be brought to the fore through strong enough emotion. That is something that specifically happens to Sphene at the climax of 7.0. So like as an example, like Sphene awakening and remembering Wuklama while also trying to delete herself is not something that's coming out of nowhere, is my point. Is that they're literally pre-establishing it. It's like if you think about in a way in which General Grievous is kind of a setup to Darth Vader, right? In terms of a organic organism heavily wounded and it reinforced with cybernetics, right?
I did not expect that such carnage would unfold here. To slaughter his adopted people too. Is there no end to his villainy? Thank you, Otis. I pray your soul is at peace.
Wonder if the real Sphene will look different, if this is actually what she looked like in life. I know someone who's frothing at the mouth. But yeah, no, it's a good question. Did a historical Sphene look at all different? Yeah, cyborg Sphene would be cool. I mean, to be fair, to an extent, and it's not really cyborg, but to be fair, cyborg Sphene kind of is Interphos, right? We have seen memories be copied and implanted onto other things like our soul crystal. Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of prehistory around souls and memory and implanted and things they see. This is a slightly different situation, but yes, true. Yeah, Unknown Dr. Relish, they deliberately don't let us see what the original Sphene looked like in the duty. Also, even if they did, we wouldn't trust it's accurate due to the source, seeing as it's recollections of what happened during Alexandria from a questionable source. Although I personally come to the feeling that I think it's supposed to be factual, but I didn't know that Grievous was a setup for Darth Vader. It basically he is. If you think about it, like Grievous is effectively it's not so much a setup in that like, oh, like you need it to be a setup, but it is like you thematically and literally it's biomechanically, it's, you know, this organism, you know, this once great warrior reduced to a shell of his former self, kept alive by cybernetics, right? Yeah, Grievous is a call forward to Vader, yeah. Yeah, so uncivilized, yeah. Endless Sphene would see herself as Sphene even if the original looked different due to cognitive bias. Sure, yeah. Identity stuff, sure. Yeah. Otis using Limit Break 4 is super effective, yeah. Do you think it's possible to get a Venn diagram during that part? Probably, Laffy. I would wonder if the health you restore throughout that duty if it like literally isn't flagged to prevent you from dying. Elio, when he gap closes, this whole game was made for Viper specifically. It's the only job with a gap closer. No, well, okay. To my defense, it's not just the specifically gap closer. It's the fact that you have 3 charges on Viper means that you can constantly be moving around. There were some fights throughout where where you 3 dashes in a row were actually very useful in a way that even more having not just 2 even was. That being my point. I've been playing this game for almost 3 years. Yeah, Althea, friendly reminder. Hey, December, I think 7th? Unless I think December 7th is Endwalker release, 2021, right? So, also, I want to change something in my systems real quick. No, character configuration. Display names, NPCs. Unengaged enemies. Engaged enemies. And targeted. Unclaimed. I'll keep that up for now. I'll try that for now. Just to create some clutter. God damn it! What is Eorzean trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people? That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear. But why this massacre? I do not understand. Right, now that we can only guess at his intent, his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 30 years. But now isn't the time to ponder such things. The people need our help. Also, if I missed any of your messages while I was going, sorry. Yeah. 'Tis but a flesh wound. I've only had Otis for 3 quests, but if something happens to him, I'm killing everyone in this room. Yeah, a little bit that energy. Because Revenge was prequel. Yeah. Grievous is tricky. Yeah, is tricky because Revenge is a prequel. But if you think about it from a chronological standpoint, and also if you think about Revenge of the Sith as its own entity, like think about it think about within the confines of the film alone. But yeah. Grievous as a setup. Yeah, is it a setup if the characters, if it's a prequel and therefore we've already seen it? It depends on, like, episode 1 and 2 and 3 are 1, 2, and 3. They're not 1, 2, and 3, and then the prequels of 1, 2, and 3, you know? And so it's weird to talk about release order and stuff, but you get my point. Monk has 3 as well. Oh, okay, cool. I still stand by the fact that I say that a lot of the encounters feel as if they were designed, obviously, to be achieved by everyone, but with Viper in mind. Yeah. Just because some other fall in that too doesn't mean I don't think that that wasn't the baseline. Yeah, Warrior 2. For me, just about 2.5 years. Really? It's only been 2.5 years, Laffy? That's crazy. I'm gonna get going for now. Deathberry, have a good night. Also Dancer. Everyone's just like, Elio, you're wrong. All the other classes have these. Can you tell I haven't been playing DPS at all during Dawn Trail?
I've been thinking, by wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria had been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, it also erases your memories of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague if not forgotten.
So V, you were saying like if you felt like the society kind of feels like it breaks down. I think Wukamat is, I know it's to your, maybe not to your satisfaction, but addressing it there, like the notion of death in general would start to fade and not be a fundamental part of the civilization in a way that couldn't possibly be true for us. But also, I think your point was more to the, wouldn't all the holes from all the people removed mean that people, just couldn't function? Which, yeah.
To be killed over and over, I can't imagine how traumatized these survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. At times like this, the citizens need their queen to console them. But where has she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them? In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we ought to provide them with what comfort we can. So, while Kafkiwa and her crew tend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Elio want to concentrate on True View, the rest of us will see to the other areas. Sounds like a plan. All right, everyone. We'll meet up in the back room after.
There's some level of how brainwashed and complacent people are that to me is not explained enough by the text. Okay. Yeah. It seems like they can remember events, just not the people. Yeah, I think part of the argument, Relish, would be if you extract all of the people, what does it mean to remember an event without that specificity? For me, I feel like it's explained enough, but yeah. But me and V were having conversations about this outside, and I just thought I'd like trying to bring up points that are discussed with other people that I may not necessarily wholly hold to, but either that there's evidence in the text that either supports what they're saying or to converse about it, yeah. Like, it reminds me of part of Pax Virus and Serenity, sure.
It's over. I'm still alive? Thank goodness.
It makes no sense. What right did the king have to destroy our lives like this? Give us back our peace. Leave us out of your damned war. It's always easy to feel that way when you're the ones perpetrating war, but once it comes home, it's like as long as it's not you facing the war may already be going on. But if you don't have to experience it, if you're isolated from it and insulated from it, now that's not their fault, the degree to which they were, right? And on top of that, she has every right to feel that way, especially with Zoralj's just being absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Have a good one, Lynn. Thanks for joining in. Also, it might be less brainwashing and more cultural norms are crazy strong. That too. I mean, that's how I feel, Relish, but yeah. I mentioned earlier, but would have pointed out that this whole thing with Zoralj having authority part above Sphene in any way would have had to alteration of Sphene made to the system if it's actually true, because there's no way the system was made that way to begin with. Would make no sense. No, because I mean the idea of a king of reason, or king of resolve and queen of reason wouldn't have been present. That only came present probably after he joined. So she must have absolutely altered the system. I mean the sentries and even the army to the degree that they have, we know was formulated after Zoralja coming. So I think that's just clearly an alteration that was made. Yeah. Could be as simple as saying cultural norms, but that's also me feels so hand wavy. Like they didn't want to think further than that. Okay, it just doesn't feel like plausible to me. It's hard, V. It's because I don't want to like disagree out of hand, but it's hard because I just feel like it seems so plausible to me that it's. But then like, how do you? Yeah. I think it is plausible to me that if you remove, and I know again every facet of this kind of is part of the problem. If you remove a form of suffering that people no longer have to consider and think on, and it is not only obliterated from their mind in the loss itself, but it's just not a norm or a part of the culture, then the resulting culture calcifying and treating that as a norm, I think makes sense to me. But we'll go in circles probably, because I feel like at the end of the day, it's like just on some level, does that work or not for you, right? But I do want to keep note of it and try to talk about it and see if there's anything that helps at all contextualize it. I also point out that a lot of side quests further that V. I don't know if you've done all of them that kind of delve into that a bit more. So seems like Sphene can alter it if it's for the program purpose. Yeah, sure. But the fact that it applied to the old units like Otis mean it was applied retroactively, if true. I mean, I would assume so. I just assumed it. I mean, that's pretty easy, seeing as it would be retroactively applied like a software update. You know, presumably he can receive communique. Ostensibly, if he can receive any kind of link pearl message, he could basically receive an update, a cloud update, right? Death is an intrinsic part of life, though. Well, that's the problem. It isn't for them. That's the thing, right? And humanity, and human curiosity will survive, etc. I think it's saying it's the norm that no one knows what death or cares. Almost completely ignores nature in such a way that I just can't see it as believable. I'm not saying it makes the story bad, just have a hard time engaging with it. Sure. I guess for me, I also see the degree to which people will ignore things in order to carry on, or also you don't know what you don't know, right? I agree that death is a fundamental part of life, but effectively, they have extracted that part of experience out of people completely. Like, as an example, imagine if you removed... sight is a fundamental part of the human experience, but if you're blind, you're removed from that experience. Fear is a fundamental part of your human experience, but if you remove certain chemicals from the amygdala, that thing cannot be felt, right? Just some food for thought. But yeah, and I know you're definitely not bashing on it. Your whole point is just like, for you, it makes it hard to engage with it because it feels like it doesn't address that. I guess for me, I do not feel there are things so inextricable from humanity that they cannot be systematically diminished to the point that not no one, because clearly people do, like people in Oblivion, right? There are people who have curiosity, there are people who fight back, there are people who are questioned, there are people who take regulators off, and there is an engagement with that to some extent. I know you'd like more. So it's not no one. But at the same time, I do think, you can, if you reduce aspects of the human experience and condition, and also with 14, the degree to which 14 insists that self and heart is a property of memory, means that to remove memory is to remove self without there is no elevated aspect beyond that, right? Yeah. Even as you just said, there would have to be some physical, chemical alteration to the person to make it so that it's normal. That's why I mentioned the Pax virus's similarity. Sure, yeah. And to be fair, that's what the regulators are supposed to do. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe Point X patch will further give some information on that, seeing as the Neo regulators seem to touch on that. And on top of that, I would say I'm looking forward to doing some of the quests either again or for the first time, because there may be further discussions on that as well. Don't they remove memories in Harry Potter, like into a vial? So there's the pensive. That where you can extract memories like that, but it's a form of magic that has to be done. Oh, Infinite, it's your time. They're heading off. Thank you. Yeah, if you can do things so much. Thank you, Infinite, for doing your duties. We miss having you later in the evenings, and then also we miss having you at book club. Thank you. I'm all right, I think. Say, you were fighting with Queen Sphene, weren't you? Are the rumors true then that her Majesty isn't a living person? That her actual body is elsewhere in the cloud or some such, and she uses special powers to appear before us. I'd always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. She personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know that she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she sees, what she is. So, interesting. So, if only I had just read that thing. Yeah, join our Discord at discord.gg/archives for community events, updates, and a lot of lore discussions. Do you like what you do? Considering showing your support. You can do that with Patreon. You can do that with super messages. Right now, all money that for proceeds is going towards the for super chats and all that jazz is going to the thing above my head to get to further the backdrop. And then Patreon goes towards the sustaining of Eorzean Archives as a whole. Thank you. Also, you can get, if you join a Patreon, you get your name in the banner above my head. Would result in conflict. There's no clause that gives Zeralja higher authority than Sphene. They'd be equal, and it's the endless loop on who to listen to. Sure, yeah. So there has to be even to what Sphene says, right? The authority was granted to the King of Resolve in their new system for military, right? The regulators being called that instead of anything else absolutely says to me that they're acting at all times and maintaining a level of control of mood that's not explicit. Big Brother, but it's sitting directly on your cortex. I personally do not interpret them to be altering mood on a constant basis, other than to be the function the function of the removal of memories of individuals lost to them to avoid pain and suffering. I believe that Everkeep as a whole and Solution 9 as a whole itself effectively is the way of maintaining their joy and mood rather than it being immediately like biochemically being altered. That is my personal agreement. Yeah, which that's like, yeah, if it was that though, yeah, they would have to explain it, which they, if it is that, they have not explained, it's been alluded to. To oversimplify V's point, it's more an issue of a little bit more tell would help, a little bit more explanation on the function of some of these things would feel like it's engaging with what it's postulating more, and therefore make it more believable, right? Is that fair? I don't think they alter mood. If the effect they change in disposition or behavior, it's through alteration of memory, and that's cognitive perception. I'm with Lim on this one, in part because if they were, there's no reason that Sphene right now should not be affecting all the regulators to help people like the Trembling Man to take away their fear and suffering, right?
Never have I been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this.
See, like to them, death, right, unless they're, so most of them, they die and they come back right away, right? So death isn't even death, it's just a moment of quiet, right, before they come back, unless they're gone, and if they're gone, they're immediately gone from everybody else's memory. So like, yeah,
To be killed again and again, it was a living nightmare, and King Zeralja was behind it, you say. Since he suddenly appeared, he's done nothing good for us. He thinks only of war, ordered more soldiers to be produced, and now he unleashes them on us? He's no king of mine. He's a murderer, and someone needs to make him pay.
Yeah. The entire expansion is about cultural relativity. I mean, yeah, definitely agree, Relish. Yeah. It's also possible they're going to explain it more in the post-patches, totally. But I think we're avoiding these posts. No, Tam, everything's fair game. Up to 7.1 is fair game. We've talked about it some. Also good to see, glad to have you, Tam. I would also say that I would go to the bat that it is all well and good to say it will be explained in 7.x, but that does not mean that 7.0 by itself is satisfying. Now, you will hear me argue forever any story that is assuming its patch content is its epilogue should never be taken in isolation. But it doesn't change the fact that V is going to have to sit with those feelings of this feels unexplained for 8 months. Basically, almost a year. Yeah. IDK, the world building just fails for me. Like this scene. Why do they even know the word murder if they don't even know death? There's a lot of holes in it to me. Well, they do know death, right? Like he used death V. I think the thing is that for them, death just completely, immediately they come back. So the notion of permanent death, they don't have a notion of permanent death. They have a notion of death. Like you can die. They talk about it all the time, right? But they don't have a notion of not then coming back particularly. And the only notions that they do is for the individual. They historically haven't had to worry about that. And where it starts to break down is that they've never dealt with that. And guys like the guy who's panicking, who's run out of soul cells, right? They go out of their way to show you that, so that when they're actually starting to have to face it at all, things do immediately start to break down, right? The guy panics. The guy says, "Fuck you, Sphene." You have that element that goes on. You have, you know. I don't know the end of this. It solves the problem, yeah. I don't disagree with the feeling of it being explained, yeah. And even if death isn't permanent, they know about the cloud, yeah. And again, it feels very hand. I don't think society would know death if they just revive immediately. I don't know if this is a difference in like, also like how we use words on this one too, because like, I don't know, hand wavy to me seems more like there's no attempt, or like it just does the thing. And I know I think part of what you're saying is that it does kind of feel like it's doing that. I feel like that's harsher than it deserves, but yeah, we might also be using the term death to mean different things. Separated by common language. I mean, from his perspective, here's what the line that the Trembling Man just said again. He said, right? Shudder. Never have I been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this. To be killed again and again and again, it was a living nightmare, and King Zeralja was behind it. Yeah. Sorry, it's an extremely complicated topic. Yeah, of course. That's a good topic, and a lot of this is just based on my feels. Right. Yeah. And reading a lot of sci-fi there's just gaps to me. Yeah, and it is softer science fiction than a lot of harder science fiction I think would try to engage with the same idea. I'd also point, like, I think there should be room, not just room. I want it to be good and an unalloyed good to discuss these things, even that when we have like complicated feelings, or maybe not even just complicated feelings, but a feeling like it just doesn't fully work for us at an emotional level, or some other, or not even just an intellectual level. I think it's definitely still good to talk about. Yeah. I point out that their concept of death has a discontinuity, which is discontinuity, which they don't understand. Sure, yeah, and a cessation of the continuity of self and perception, which they don't even understand is being altered. Yeah. I like to keep the Yokui in mind. Yeah, I mean, the juxtaposition of the regulators and the Yokui's belief of death is like everything, right? You heading to the back rooms? Oh god, are we going to the back rooms? Oh god, King Pixel, no, why? We've helped those we could in Solution 9. We're now looking to send people to the other levels. We've managed to seal off access routes on all levels, and the remaining shoulders should be contained now. You couldn't have done it without you, and you and yours out there fighting. Thank you. Oh, Gulja, just sitting in the corner staring at the wall. Buddy. You know, one of the other things I wanted to say too is like, as we talking about intrigue backloaded in Dawn Trail and not front loaded. It's kind of also crazy. Like I know Heritage Found is long. It's crazy how fast Map 5 shoots by, at least experientially. And it's like I don't think putting Sphene earlier would benefit the story as told, and I don't think you can keep what Sphene is and the fact that there's something going on with her under wraps for like that. You couldn't do that for a whole expansion. I think you just at some point be like, okay, can you just give me the reveal, right? But at the same time, yeah, Heritage long. I still really want to see the Dothraki reaction to this stuff. Sure, yeah. The desecration of the live stream in that way. I think the Dothraki wouldn't like that because souls are not being reborn. Yeah. I think the Yokui idea of death is more along the lines of Terry Pratchett. Yes, yep, that's a thing from Going Postal. They remember the person among themselves. Solution 9 takes the memories out to keep them alive at all costs. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, V, thanks for your thoughts on that. It seems things are somewhat under control. Well, Alice and the others are still out there. I couldn't help but worry for Galulsha. He hasn't uttered a word, and small wonder given his ordeal. I'm going to talk to him about everything. Right as he is, there's no use hiding it. He'd eventually find out, and it'd hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone. Tell that to your son, Kafkiwa! V, I don't mind as much the ending with Kefkiwa, but I will give it to you absolutely that like the degree to which Kefkiwa does not spend enough time with Erenville is To summarize my point, the soft science fiction here is that they took some concepts like we wipe people's memory of dead people and people can revive using old souls and plopped it on top of a somewhat normal society without really diving into how these things would fundamentally change how humans behave and interact. I feel it actually goes to greater lengths to talk about that than I would have expected, granted the limited time that the MSQ provides, and does so in other side content as well, particularly in the Heritage Found and quests, as well as some of the quests in... But I get what you're saying, totally. Yeah, so I point out here just for the hell of it, the people of Solution 9's difficulty grasping the concept of death, discontinuity, is another thing inspired from FF9 with the Black Mages. Yeah, absolutely there's a connection to, like, how they're dealing with that and the, like, VV and the Black Mage Village and that struggle with the cessation of operation. Yeah. You know the lyrics to Perfect Illusion? That's what Sphene could be. It was a perfect illusion somewhere in all the confusion.
Are you alright, Goloja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they? And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Goloja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother, like your grandfather did, even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Golja? Take a look around.
You have us, Goloja. All of us. We'll be with you. Through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
Special shout out to aunts, mothers in their own right. Love how Dontrell tackles family. Yep. Little remarks, some of the people in Everkeep were originally from Yasulani. Yep. Even though they have lived under the dome for 3 decades, they surely would still know their old lives' concept of death means. True. I'd also point out that the guy that we talked to just before that seemed like his dialogue kind of implied that he would have been one of the most that Her Majesty isn't a living person, that her actually bodies of the cloud or somewhere. That she used special powers to appear before us. I always wondered why the Exhausted Man, I always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. Note that this is someone with a regulator, so this is presumably And there's probably presumably someone from Yasulani who she personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know that she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. Trembling, man. Never have been so scared. Yeah. Poor dear baby lizard. Yeah, I mean, he's been alive, alone his whole life. Even the parents did explain when their parents die, they lose all memories of them. Yeah, well, see, that the thing is that the full... Okay, here's... Not to open up the floodgate again. I guess what I would say is also, it's interesting to me that we have more consternation under the fundamental functionings of all aspects of this and how it would operate compared to the amount of times things are hand-waved in 14 around magic, or not even hand-waved, but only partially explained. It is interesting to note that when science fiction, we immediately have more scruples about the complete aspects of its functioning than we do when it's fantasy. That's interesting to me. I believe that the bond with family you can find can be stronger than that of the bond you're born into. I agree. Also said who dropping meteors of the place still in the cards. Yeah. I think a handful of people have negative opinions about regulators, how it messes up our understanding of the live stream, but I think it's a really cool setup. How does it in any way mess with our understanding of the live stream? Okay. Ethereal moment here. There is a pool of aether at the heart of the star. That is where souls are formed, they come out of, and where souls return to, where they are either sent back out to become new life or break down to become aether that will beget new life on its own. The regulators bypass that system by, instead of allowing the soul to return to the ethereal sea, instead taking it into itself, right? Orogenics is basically a mockery of itself is a mockery of the life stream in miniature, where souls are diverted to that instead. It's a mockery of the live stream, but it in no way negatively impacts any of our understanding of the metaphysics of 14. In fact, in Dawn Trail particularly, it is ardently sticking by the metaphysics of 14 as explained and conveyed to us over the course of the entire game, but in particular, things that are overtly explained in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Yeah. That's weird that people have negative opinions about it messing up our understanding of the live stream. No, it does not. I'm sorry. It may mess up someone's understanding of the live stream, but if you're talking about what is textually in the game and has been present in the game for years at this point, nothing, literally nothing about how souls are used via orogenics or the regulator system is new. It is the degree to its usage with memory rewriting is unprecedented in it being done, but its fundamental ability to be done is absolutely been in the cards for, let's see, what's the earliest example of this? I mean, arguably, the most stark example to exemplify this is the Ascians. Literally the Sundered Ascians. You have an entire raid series with Gaia that is basically partly about this point, right? So yeah, nothing about the regulators or orogenics is revelatory, or it shouldn't be. It might be to you because if you either aren't paying close attention or it's been a while since you played the older expansions or anything. Like, there's tons of reasons why it may be revelatory to an individual, but it is in terms of just actually the text itself. It's not. Yeah. So that's weird to me that anyone would have an issue with it on the grounds of messing up our understanding. Just think about how much a person can change in 30 years, how much of society changes. True, Relish. Yeah. Man, the 90s were a very different time to today. Those people are strictly long, but they're not seeing it for a deliberate intention of it. Regulators do not interfere with the live stream. That's the point of them. Both are objects, and in the writing of them as concepts, yeah. Can Sphene be held somewhat responsible for the situation, too? She indirectly responsible for the death of so many Alexandrians. I mean, depends on how you care to cast judgment on that one. You meant to question the facility and the mess with the live stream as a plot point, yeah. It might be because it feels like it's supposed to be more sci-fi than magic, even if it's still explicitly magic because it's dealing with aether. But the thing is, aetherology, here's my argument. A lot of modern fantasy is effectively science fiction in terms of if you are creating a system, if your hard magic system is so rules oriented that it effectively is just a different form of physics, at what point is that just science fiction, right? Right? Speculative science fiction takes leaps in logics all the time. If you presume a different form of physics and you basically rules to create such, you know, And 14 is done. Aetherology is explained in many ways, in deep ways. It's also, there's rules left open because you can know a lot, but you also, there's still so much more to learn. You know, it's complicated. Well, alchemists, you say, yeah. Yeah, well, the point about science fiction fantasy says this is literal magic, don't question it, whereas science fiction, this is based on science, you should question things and or understand how it works. I feel like I used to agree with that. I don't know if I agree with the modern use of science, the modern aesthetics and functions of science fiction and fantasy. Do I always feel that it, or even usually feel is that the case? But maybe I'm wrong. I definitely used to feel that way. I would ardently have argued that. But I would say that there is no way in which Dawn Trail is out of lockstep with prior expansions, particularly talking about Shadowbringers, Dawn Trail, and Endwalker. But its veneer is more science fiction oriented and thus has, I think, more scrutiny put upon it, which is interesting. Yeah, it's kind of the main dip between the two genres, sure. I agree that used to be, but again, I feel like the modern, I feel like I see a bunch of fantasy that is effectively speculative science fiction just with a fantasy veneer, you know, and vice versa. I don't get why it's a problem for them either. I understand what the story is setting up in regulars. I think is interesting. Okay, but like I would say even beyond just the story about like whether or not it's good story writing, or whether or not like you like it on a story level. I'm just talking about from a in-universe lore perspective about with information. There is nothing that the regulators do that is not in complete lockstep with our understanding of aetherology in the live stream as of now. Again, not even saying you have to like regulators as a plot point. It's not about that. It doesn't matter if you hate them or love them. That's completely irrelevant to the point. You can hate them as much as you want, but you cannot argue that there is anything about them that is antithetical to the understanding of the live stream and the metaphysics of 14 as put forward so far. There just isn't. It just is. It's just. I defy anyone to come up with an argument if there's something that is not demonstrably not the case. I'm usually not this pig-headed about it, but in this case, I feel very strongly that this is the case. And I feel I can demonstrate it with facts. Yeah. Also, to be fair, bring up a lot of the same questions in magical worlds when it doesn't feel believable, the level of which magic doesn't change society in meaningful ways. Totally. And when it's just, you know, our society but with magic, you know, then it's not fun. Totally. But I often just have to either turn off my brain and enjoy it or disengage. And I'm just doing the same with Dawn Trail, where I'm just shrugging and enjoying it despite feeling a bit lacking. Totally. Thanks for engaging, V. Sci-fi fantasy to me has no real difference as aesthetic changes. See, Relish, you are a Relish. Can I ask a question? How old are you? Well, don't have to literally tell me, but were you born in the 21st or the 20th century? Just as a general, I'm curious because I don't think it's like, oh, young people or something, but there is a feeling that the sci-fi and fantasy being only aesthetic differences rather than thematic ones is something I am noticing a lot more in the 90s. Okay, so you're the same age as me. I ask that because people who are around me and your age and slightly younger, I hear more and more of that. Whereas most of the people I know my age and older, there's much more of a like, no. That's fantasy and science fiction are not defined by aesthetic differences. I mean, those are part of it, sure, but that's not what it's thematic. And I'm not making a case one way or another. All I'm saying is I'm noticing this divergence in pop culture has been happening for a while, even in literature. Yeah. You could have cyberpunk fantasy, just look at Eberron D&D setting. Yeah. She gave Zeralja power, so he'll keep the bargain of the... But see, this is the thing. Is fantasy and science fiction about aesthetic or theme? Because if it's about theme and thematics, right? It doesn't matter if it's cyberpunk or fantasy, it doesn't matter if it's D&D, it matters what it's about. If Star Wars is not science fiction. Well, okay. The Star Wars film, for the most part, are not science fiction. They are fantasy films. The place where that breaks down is obviously in the expanded universe when there are genres of all books in the Star Wars universe of genres of all kinds, right? Doctor Who is a weird case, right? It is effectively a fairy tale. It's a moral fables, really, in a lot of cases. Depends on the writer, depends on the episode, right? But yeah, I'm older. Elio knows. Making the argument that the difference between fantasy and science fiction is mostly aesthetic for actual decades at this point. Okay, so I'm oversimplifying by saying it's a youth versus elderly, but the barrier between sci-fi and fantasy has always been thinner than people think it is. to overly generalize for a moment, to me, if your primary consideration is intellectual and engaging with elements specifically of philosophy, science, physics, those sorts of things, I would put that as science fiction. There is pop sci, there is space opera, there's plenty of other things that are aesthetically science fiction, but effectively fantasy, right? Whereas with fantasy, if your primary motives are engagement with wonder, emotion, humanity in a non-purely philosophical setting, but rather its general interactions and connections, you trend towards fantasy. That would be my more broader way to distinguish them on a philosophical form, thematic form. But again, this is kind of my point. I'm not saying, oh, Dawntrail looks like science fiction, so everybody's more critical, blah, 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 blah. No, my point is purely to say, is to pause a second and think on the fact that it is interesting, that it feels like even I am more critical and precise with the world building in Dawntrail than I would have necessarily been in prior expansions, and where science fiction plays an aspect. The science fiction aesthetic plays an aspect in it. So if he says, sure, it's more of an aesthetics at this point, because people aren't bothering to learn or appreciate what the difference where to begin with, that doesn't mean the difference never existed. Right, that's not my argument that it never existed. It's like saying cake and cookies are the same because they got the same ingredients. Right. Or what would be okay, here's a better one, V. It's like saying cake and a cheeseburger are both the same because they both taste good, even though they're things that, it's like saying a cake that looks like a cheeseburger and a cheeseburger are the same because they both taste good and look the same. Okay, I've lost the plot completely here. Attempts into the world of sci-fi and fantasy both seek to do the same thing, to engage your imagination, ask for certain levels of suspension of disbelief to engage with your worlds as they are. But that's just fiction. You're not describing sci-fi and fantasy, Lil, there. You're describing fiction. that's fiction as a whole overarching genre, right? Yeah, portraying to say themes and split them into certain genres can tell certain kinds of stories, which is absolutely not true. Yeah. Portraying to say the themes to split them into kind of say that only certain genres can tell certain kinds of stories, which is absolutely not true. Yeah. A good explanation of sci-fi, that's the genre explanation, how it changes technology affects people's society, sure. People may think orogenics is going against our understanding because of the degree that they scoured the memory from the soul. They know that the ethereal sea doesn't erase all memory completely, so seeing it's done there might be big will feel inconsistency. I think that's not true though, because the ethereal sea can erase all memories. What happens is that the negative space from very powerful memories can be left as an indelible mark on the soul, right? That's explained to us. It's not, sometimes traces of memories can linger, but it's not always, like, the echo is not you still have the memories as much as it is the negative space left behind from those memories that engraved themselves on the soul still exists. So you could have a pure soul, the white thing, but it would still have the indelible marks of those memories, right? As it's described to us throughout Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And what I point to is that can still be fucked in terms of, well, that means that his soul, even wiped clean of memory in orogenics, could technically be a soul that has indelible marks made upon it and have effectively aspects to it that could constitute as memory. But it doesn't matter because it gets consumed anyways, right? Yeah. Done there might have been people like an inconsistency. Yeah, from the soul, yeah. Space opera, Luke, the Fifth Element, real opera in space. Yeah. I read it in the end. I read both parts. Even Star Trek is straight up... Also, did it say 2 parts? Because if it doesn't say 2 parts, it's hard for me to know that. Even Star Trek is straight up magic. Yeah. Well, impressive Alexandria was able to make technology more or less replicate the process of the live stream. It's still unnatural. Yeah. And more importantly, I don't think the unnaturalness of orogenics is fundamentally the only issue. Orogenics I think, could be a mockery of the live stream, but if Alexandria did not have to consume other people's souls in order to beget its function, I think there is a meaningful argument to say that orogenics can effectively be left to its own devices. If they could just use ambient aether to keep the endless going, or to keep the orogenics functioning and people revived, presuming that it wasn't consuming aether like primals, which it seems like it would have been, so to be fair, probably would have still been the same issue anyways. if there was a sustainable way to make orogenics and living memory function, and Everkeep function, there's an argument to be saying that it doesn't matter if it's a natural, it does not hurt people, and it is a boon for some, right? Yeah. Themes and tropes build genres, and at this point they have spilled into each other and have shattered into hyper niches. Yeah, I mean, that, and whether that's good or bad is up to the individual on that one, but like that's one of the things that's happened, right, is that we've had such a, the amount of stories and content that can come out, and the amount to which that, the amount of people are read or genre aware or genre savvy and are mixing matching things and not keeping themselves distilled to one section, and also importantly the way in which publication no longer has to sell to people only in a broad niche as fantasy, right? They don't have to stock live bookstores with a specific section on fantasy. That hyper niching comes about, right? Isn't there a line somewhere saying that the birth rates are declining? Yeah, well, they say in living memory that people are having fewer children. Whether that's, and that the birth rate is, I don't know if it's birth rate decline exactly, but that people are having fewer children, which could assume that that may be a byproduct of having access to fewer souls. Also, just consider any of the trying to say anything with a kind of verbosity in my brain, me under the text line is hell. Lil, I feel you. If I wasn't able to talk like this, I don't know how much I would ever comment in the comments on anything complicated, because like, holy shit, it's like painful to my fingers trying to text back. So I feel you. Empathy to you. Also consider any of the endless that don't want to live forever. Yeah. Let's tell Sphene about Dynamis. Well, Dynamis, though, in its interaction with Aether means that, like, while Dynamis can beget individuals and memories, those things will still fade and change and break over time, right? Dynamis wouldn't solve her problem, effectively. It would just be the same problem in a different way. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel you, Lil. Discord can barely keep up with me. It's kind of tragic. You should get some rest, Gulja. You've been through a lot. I do feel a bit sleepy. There's room in the back you can use. Could you take Gulja there? I will, thank you. Does Aether get consumed and not return to the live stream or a star? What happens if it's not going back? We don't know exactly what it means for the endless consume living Aether. Presumably, living Aethers consume Tam, and there must be a byproduct, right? Like, it's converted down to a form that's different. Yeah. But the implication with Aether is that like energy can either be created or destroyed truly. Medion's plan being an indication of that as well, seeing as she has to draw the Dynamis of other stars and Aether of other stars, you know, into the egg. The things I would say to Zeralja as a mother, but I'd better not get started. What if you, and I don't know, just hear me out, Kefki. Like, it's only you had a son. If only you had a son, and, you know, I don't know, if you just maybe said all those words to him, it would be kind of nice if you could just, I don't know, you know, tell your son, that son that may or may not have lost his mother and also may or may not, you know, have been without her for years upon years. Maybe if you just, I don't know, comforted him. Now, I know part of the problem is the fact that Erenville also doesn't say a lot and keeps you at arm's length and also keeps disappearing, so it's hard to be there for him when he won't let you be there for him, but also, what if you were there for him? I've been Elio Forsharan, and this is my TED Talk on Kefkiwa. Until the others return, you ought to take what rest you can as well. It isn't over yet, after all. You could head otherwise feel free to the back room. Kefkiwa, are you okay? You're breaking up. A fuzzy image, you say? Is it still happening? No, it just happened for a moment and I couldn't hear you clearly. Well, this is an old worn thing. There's bound to be a few hitches. It's nothing to worry about though. We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while, so until then. Also, V, we have orogenics coming up. See, I can offer olive branches. I can offer olive branches even. I will critique when I feel it is warranted. I promise. Jessica, I'm 51. I've been playing FF games since 97. In my defense, I've been playing FF games since 99, even though I'm only 29. A video game in general since I was 12. Hot damn! Got some years on us. I just consider sci-fi as a branch of fantasy. It's almost like trying to define a very long, wide spectrum of almost an infinite continuum down into very specific niche is impossible, because it's almost like we all have a lot of different even those of us who agree on science fiction and fantasy, let's say being mainly aesthetic is a difference, even we seem like to have differences between it, so that's interesting. Family counselor Elio Forgeron. The things I would say as a mother. Not to my son, though. Bye. I appreciate the TED Talk. If we didn't appreciate the TED Talks, we wouldn't be here. True. Yeah, fair. Was that rift destabilizing? So presumably it's either to do with the rift destabilizing or the massive influx of souls into living memory, while also living memory may be struggling to fuel itself. Nom 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 nom, olive branches, yeah. Feeling for Raven. How long does Shutona raise their kids? I think her morbid doesn't work for every kid. Shutona, I don't know that we know. I don't, there may be more in here from some of the quests that I've just missed or not picked up. We know with Viera, but we don't really know with Shutona. And what I can say for certain is that the culture around it is completely different, so. Awesome, thank you, V, for getting the dungeon stuff. Had enough rest, have you? Then let's round everyone up. Arguably, I should have stopped and talked to you there. Thank you, Luna. I love how Star Wars planning for the Death Star this scene is. Why is this not voiced? Okay. No, I will not chill. During your confrontation with him, Zeralja bade Wuklamat come to the tower summit. The problem is, the elevators have been locked down due to the state of emergency. We've been working to lift the access restrictions, but frankly, it's not looking promising. Are there any other ways we can get to Zeralja? I feel like it was just the fact that like Erenville is straight missing for like most of that, other than talking to like the people, right? Like he's just been straight missing for most of this time in the story, is I think a mistake in that it is. I understand that we're going to rely on map 6 for his time to Kefkiwa to be developed and particularly paid off, but a couple extra scenes would have gone a long way. I'm not that bothered by it personally, but it's one of those places where those who are, I get you. I don't think you're wrong. Are there any other ways we can get to Zeralja? We believe so. As you know, Solution 9 occupies Everkeep's 9th level. The summit, meanwhile, is the 12th. I wish it would have made this red. The map appears to be cut off. While the King and Queen's residence is believed to be located there, the details are highly classified, hence the lack of map data. We look at the segments, so this is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that can't be right. Okay, so these segments can't be correlated. We do, however, have reliable intelligence concerning everything up to the 11th level. What's this place? That is Eorzean, the facility where souls are separated and refined for use. The process begins at the base with the extraction of souls from regulators and fiends. Interesting that she points out that she doesn't say the live stream. These souls are transported up to the etheric separator where they're cleansed of memories. Finally, they are packed with soul cells for distribution. 12 for Fend. They've recreated the process by which the souls are broken down in the ethereal sea. An affront to nature, I know, but ethical discussions must wait. The salient point is that the facility extends vertically from the 1st to the 11th level. Now, if Zeralja intends to strengthen himself with the people's souls as we strongly suspect,
then the facility will be operating to process and transport those souls directly to him on the 12th level. So in order to reach Zoralia, we make our way through orogenics. Precisely. As the facility sustains the Alexandrian way of life, security will be extremely tight. But if you're willing to brave the route, we'll back you up as best we can. What say you? It goes without saying that we're going. I never had any doubt. I'm coming too. You'll need guidance on site, and this body makes me best suited. Hold on. Before you set off, I have to ask. All this time, you've known that Sphene is an endless, haven't you? Yes, we have. Why didn't you tell us? Honestly, it didn't seem relevant to the matters at hand. More complicated to explain than it was worth, and a distraction from our efforts to deal with Zoralia. Speaking of which, we should get moving. Those who are sallying forth, we gather in front of the tower. Kefkiwa! Talk to your son! We can count on you to provide support from here, yes? That was not what I meant, Kefkiwa! Of course. For my case between Erenville and Kefkiwa, it's I want more rather than I'm annoyed by what I have. Half full glass rather than half empty, but still half. 24 watching and only 11 likes? Wow, lick the like button. Yeah, thank you, Tim. There are also possible rewrites. I think it should be said in the interview that they do VA before the script is fully finalized sometimes. Yes, so that Nevik, yeah, that's absolutely part of what's going on here. Is almost certainly that they did either their first pass of VA voice acting, and then had rewrites over the course of the next couple months after for certain scenes that were important. That's very, very likely at least some of the time what's happened. The Mega Man X music is back. I'll give you right now. Yeah, use the echo. I mean, I feel that low. I do wonder if they had smaller voice budget with this X Pack or something. Nope. I know they definitely didn't have a smaller voice budget. One of the reasons I can say that, I will bet you that the budget is not necessarily the issue. Scheduling is one of the primary issues. And while having a larger budget would be handy, it doesn't help when it amounts to the fact that any changes that they make has a cascade effect, right? So if you alter the dialogue, you then also need to refilm, you need to redo parts of the cutscene. If you have VAs voice acting it, you then there's all, it's, yeah, can't buy time, exactly. It cascades. Any changes cascade. Plus QA, plus, yeah. I was so worried that he'd be murdered off screen during the whole phase, yeah. AC, I believe so. I'm a Marvel fan. What did AC say? I'd like the idea of technology and magic can be interwoven. Yeah, I'm a Marvel fan. Doctor Strange, Blade, Morbius, X-Men. Yeah. Why isn't this voiced? Yeah. There's a lot of cutscenes that really should have been voice acted. Aren't there? Yeah. Also, shout out to Vampire Hunter D, Helsing Ultimate, and Castlevania Alucard. I want to go for a walk. I know that's Helsing a Bridge. Boy, I might like Helsing a Bridge more than I like Helsing. I still gotta finish my MIDI rendition of this song, and so I'm like, ooh, please do. As if I don't have enough projects to handle. Likely reason the script asks for the characters to call you by name, which can't be done when it's voice acted. So that's very easy, Danny, because there are a bunch of cutscenes that they already write around that. So the thing is that I would point to the entirety of Final Fantasy X, they never say the name Titus. I know it's Titus. They never say the name Titus. You can write an entire script never to say a character's name and still have it all voice acted. So I don't think that's a limitation in and of itself, because
they can write around that if they choose to, and unless it's inordinately important for them to do it, why do it, you know? Wait, though, I thought Soul sometimes keep some memories. So Luna said something interesting, Nevik. As far as Shadowbringers and Endwalker explain it, as far as I'm concerned, as my understanding of it, is that not that souls keep memories sometimes, for the most part. It's more, it is that important events are indelibly rendered into a soul because of those memories, and that some memories there can be traces of memories that can be kept at times. But the examples that we have from them are all very unique people. Gaia being an example. And who doesn't really reclaim those memories to any degree or any meaningful until they are restored to her forcibly. There's only so many ways you can have characters in voice cutscenes say Warrior of Light without it being conspicuous. You're not wrong. But you can talk around. Trust me, there are people who I've known for years who I do not know their name, who I talked to on a semi-regular basis. You can get around not knowing people's names kind of terrifyingly. This is why I think Emmett didn't know about this. I imagined he wouldn't be happy about the soul stuff. He may not. So remember, Emmett could have known about Alexandria, the Storm Surge, and everything about that. But we don't know. There's been a long, at least 6 months since Emmett Selk's death. What that would have looked, that amount of passing of time would have looked like on the 9th is unknown. If we take that in stride, it could be possible that he was aware of everything before Everkeep was finished and their entire plan went into action. So, yeah. I would be shocked if he did not know about the 9th and a lot of what was going on with Alexandria and all of that. Where that knowledge ends is a question. Yeah, except in one horrible Justin Timberlake movie. Basically choose some key cutscenes that are like, we lock into this. In my opinion, we should have the entirety of the MSQ voice acted. Yeah, well, Lisa, look, I would be very much a fan of that. But also, sorry, headset's dinging me. I love this headset. The one fucking thing I hate about this headset, I swear to God, is it just starts going boop boop every minute when it's like on low health. Okay. That's Barry, welcome back. Well, it would be amazing. The initializing of the game would be absolutely horrific. The entire MSQ was voiced, just to point that out, really, yeah. Helsing also rude, yeah. They refer to the Warrior of Light in voice cutscenes as our friend, the Warrior of Light, that idiot, yeah. Hermes always being a nihilist. It would take, but Hermes isn't a nihilist. Amon is. Hermes is not. And also, there's a difference between talking about memories and the repetition of disposition. Talking about souls having dispositions absolutely is something on the table. We know that you could extract memories wholesale from someone and have the soul still be a similar individual in that there seems to be the same way that a beast's soul, a fiend's soul, has attributes tied to it even with its memories erased. We know that because they're used for consumption and it gives them powers, right? So souls bereft of memory still have dispositions. It would take longer for an expansion of patches to come out. Yeah, it would definitely take a lot longer. And the budget. I mean, look, if Creative Business Unit 3 just had all the Square money for themselves, which, I mean, I'm not saying I'm advocating for, but look, I love Square. I love a lot of Square stuff. I don't love Square, the company, always that much, but for a lot of reasons. But I don't know, man. 14 with the amount of money, the amount that it carries Square makes me feel like it was provided more resources. I need to talk to you about. Never mind. I can wait. Lest you wonder, I have no objections to remaining here. Someone needs to keep those until you're all informed. Best of luck to you. Let's get onto the summit. Okay, friendly reminder that we got a dungeon coming up, and then we've got a trial after. So everyone who's wishing to join, V, where are you set up at the moment? Where should people come to you if they want to do the dungeon and trial? Because we're gonna need 7 people for the trial. This might just be my own headcanon, but I think Emmett is watching us still. no one can say for sure, son. I personally tend to think that he's probably gone to rest and that his soul is being allowed to its peace and break down so that it's not inherited and instead can become new life because the time of the ancients is over. It's my personal opinion, but I can't argue that any more than you could argue that, and I think this is beautiful either way. They're at Tuliolal Beach Instance 1 for anyone who would like to join, and we'd love to have 7 of you guys. The summit of Everkeep. Finally, we shall see what the clouds conceal. I'm coming too, of course. This is what I've worked so hard to be a part of. Zeralja is no king, not anymore. For the sake of Tuliolal, of the world, we must put an end to his madness. I've spoken with Alfino, and apparently the dragons came to Tuliolal's aid. At present all present and accounted for? Excellent. We make for the summit in one push. This will be grueling climb, so see to it that you spare no preparation. Brilliant sun. The entrance to Orogenics is located on the back of the Everkeep. You can reach it by water. Come, we head to the pier at the Drift Downs. No more once upon a time. I would love more voice acting, but if 14 had a war chest of money, I would like them to fix the code base and technical debt first. I mean, to be fair, Relish, they have done literally every patch. Every single patch for at least since Shadowbringers is them working on or trying to fix forms of technical debt. The problem is that there is underlying and interwoven issues that would necessitate an overhaul so great that there are certain things that I do not expect will ever be fixed because of numerous amounts of reasons. And let me put it this way. The amount of resources it would take to actually fully fix all of 14 would be a bad business choice because it would be more advantageous to just build a new MMO for that cost. That's not to say tons of things won't continue to be fixed. They're constantly improving and fixing a bunch of stuff, right? Sort of correct, but technically a bit off. Yeah, dude. About to head home. If there's any booted up time, I'll join the trial. Sounds good, Tim. Des, they already did the Endwalker in a couple cutscenes, or are they watching the VJs? If he's watching, is he roasting every stis? Yeah. Very funny, very funny. They fixed some of the greater fundamental issues they would have to build a new engine. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying all of the issues. I'm not saying like, oh, they can't make anything better. I'm just saying that like yeah. There's no other way for some of them, yeah. So we just have to make our way up. Seems nice and straightforward to me. We're going to have to ride the oversized container, aren't we? Don't worry, you won't catch me muling over a little seasickness. Not anymore. Come a long way, Lukwa. A facility for processing souls. As distressing as the very concept is, I confess I'm curious to see the technology employed. Visibility is quite poor, but let us trust in our allies to ferry us safely over. Yeah, exactly, Danny. I will now explain how the mission will unfold. You'll kick ass, take names, and win the day. Okay, see you off. Orogenics takes delivery at specific times. It is at one such time that we will enter the facility aboard the hover cargo. Kilwasa here will pilot the vehicle, so you need only sit tight until we arrive at the entrance. Our friends in the back room will create a diversion so we can steal inside. After which we make our way to the summit, striking down any foes that bar our path. Easy, yes? Easy to say, perhaps, but we'll manage one way or another. That we will! In anticipation of the unexpected, we should maintain contact with the support crew and adapt as necessary. Indeed, I shall use the communicator I borrowed from Shale to keep them informed at all times. I see, everyone has grasped the details? Good! We set off very soon, so be ready. I swear we'll have a green light energy really love it, but they won't fulfill. Yeah. Orogenics, now accessible. Valve resolves standing up to her for the most insidious foe, an upset stomach. Yeah. Okay, V. Oh, you got me. Sweet. Okay. We'll still need 4 more people after this. So Tuliolal Instance 1. With his invasion force defeated, Zeralja has turned on his own people, killing them to empower himself with their souls. He now awaits Wuklamat at the summit of Everkey, and if you are to reach him, you must fight your way through Orogenics, the facility for processing souls of the departed. Guided by the members of Oblivion, you and your comrades sally forth for the grueling climb to the roiling storm clouds above. Let's fucking go! Sweet. Also, you've been traveling a lot, Laffy? I know it gets busy for you at the end of the year. I only ask because I haven't seen you around as much. You have arrived. Follow the path you'll see, and soon you'll find the entrance. Be careful now. Warning, resources have escaped, moving to recapture. Let's deal with the ones in the way. I want more skill speed! I want to go faster! That feeling when you played Viper enough that even already doing 2 OGCDs per GCD isn't enough. Gotta go fast. A single player version of 14 that lets me recruit as much as... I mean, basically... Whew, the diversion did the trick. Let's push straight to the middle level. To be fair, isn't that duty support? Or do you mean something else, Jessica? There should be another freight elevator further in. Use it to head up. Intruders detected. Eliminating. Please stand clear. Please stand clear. Row upon row of names are shown on the terminal display. It appears to be a list of those who were recently taken to the cloud. Might Namikaze be among them? Yeah, I feel that. What if I... Yeah. Oh dear, that looks like trouble. It's nothing they can't handle. I'll activate the elevator to keep you moving. I love that Aaronville knows this enough to be like, it's fine. that's bullshit. I wasn't even that kind of. Wait, why is my sprint not working? My fingers on the one thing? Faint, baby, faint. Oh, I love a passage of arms. I love a good passage of arms in the morning. You make it look so easy. I think you kept you up. I'll get tougher from here, though, so stay on your toes. A dead end? No. Wait. Not the best camouflage now, is it? Warning, please present identification. Failure to comply will result in the use of force. So for those of you who didn't notice, if you remember the concept art for that we saw for Dawn Trail, this the room that looked like the inside of a GPU, this is it. That's the tank. That's the GPU wall over there. And if you, we'll stare at that tank in a second. Let me help everybody out here out. I'm sorry. So, I'll stare at the sigil. If you see, you can see souls are going in there. You can see memory comes out this side. And the souls go out that side. So the white, the pure souls. According to our data, this is where the souls are stripped of memories. Memory is golden. Indeed, the souls are the white matter, and they're being sent to Zeralsha. What's happening to the memories? All instructions in the processing manual must be strictly observed, as we have charge of the realm's most vital resources. Resource. Actions resulting in damage or loss constitute a serious crime. First stage, extraction. Mixed aether composed of both memory and soul is extracted from regulators and transferred into the stabilizing tank. As hastening extraction increases the risk of damage, the rate must not be adjusted except in the event of an emergency. Actually, what's interesting about that is that implies that they only can get souls into there from priority observation subject, identification number 161227, name Namika, physical cessation, age 86, which means that she would have been 56 when she actually wrote it down. Citizen memory erasure complete. Corporeal disposal completed. Aether extraction completed. Intruders don't see what the energy of these for those memories. So also see gold, white. Second stage, separation. Mixed aether is put through the etheric separator and divided into souls and memory components. Soul aether is then conveyed to upper orogenics for final processing, and memory aether to the mesoterminal. Root location unclassified. Unless expressly specified, the memories of fiends are discarded. Which, now we know that there were some express cases where they kept them because of Yue Iwata. Thanks for waiting, guys. According to Alan Neshbia, we continue through here. I'm definitely melding full skill speed even if I clip. I'm not raiding with this, so I don't care if I'm perfect bursting. Looks like they knew we were coming. Intruders detected, initializing all turrets and support units. Man, I don't, it's been a while. I remember this for the most part. Engaging hostiles. Increasing sub-weapon output. Oh, I played Dunscape. Deploying support units. Initiating cover fire. Active camouflage operational. I don't like this like female voice. I want it to be a little more robotic. Deploying turrets, initiating suppressive fire. Maintaining 80% coordinate rate. Sorry, B. Intruders still remaining, transmitting emergency code. Well done. The conveyors up ahead should take you to the upper level. It won't be comfortable, but intruders can't be choosers. Ueyawada kept the souls, not memories, though, so the beast memories are discarded. No, but remember, yeah. I'm afraid this is where our data ends. You're on your way now. You're on your own now. The souls will be cleansed here. They're headed up, but where do we go from here? They should make it past deceivers. Soldiers, stop them. Okay, I'll let you get that one. Third stage, purification. Separated souls undergo thorough cleansing for the removal of residual memories. Hey, so you guys were right. Residual memories, even once extracted, are sometimes present. And at least in the orogenic system, but presumably the ethereal sea operates somewhat similarly, and that souls can be imbued into life with some residual memories. So you may be right. Purifying light is harmful to organic beings, so utmost care must be taken during the procedure. Even the slightest contamination may lead to memory and personality disorders within the user. As such, each and every soul must be cleansed using the precision detector. Having completed the aforementioned process, a soul may finally be made available for the people of Alexandria. Your efforts are essential for the functioning of our nation, and we thank you for undertaking your duties with diligence. And that also makes sense because the souls will need to be completely cleansed in order to be used by the populace. With Ueyawada, you're right. They're used, it's human memories and beast souls, right? But also they do the antithesis, right? They do beast memories and human soul, I thought. I thought they were testing it both ways. I'm looking forward to replaying 7.1. Researcher evacuation complete. Released all test subjects. Human memories, beast souls. Right, but I'm saying, Beast, I'm trying to remember. Beast memories, human souls. What am I thinking about that where is that a thing? Because that's a thing. It's somewhere. There's a thing where they were testing. Experiment log 216, subject Ambrose. Remember, that's the name of Nostalgia's father. Experiment sees a soulless body infused with multiple souls, including those of beasts, via the prototype multi-regulator. Subject currently behaves within the parameters of a living person, but displays advanced symptoms of personality breakdown and destructive tendencies. This is all but certainly due to an overdominance of feral souls. Yet while the subject possesses phenomenal strength, it cannot be reliably controlled, rendering it unfit for purpose. Future experiments must focus on imposing loyalty and obedience. Now, to be fair, those could have been beast souls. There's no reason to think that beast memories were present there, so maybe not. The hunters in Arcadion? Maybe. But I don't think so, because they're just consuming beast souls. And the beast souls are having dispositions that affect them. It's not the memories themselves. Huh. They were trying to control the Vidral beast using human memories, not sure about anything else. No, you guys are right about the primary point of view, Ueyawada being human memory beast soul. Unless, wasn't there one of the notes? Because the hunters in Arcadian are consuming beast souls, but it's not beast memories. But wasn't there one of the guys who, isn't there a notes with one of the guys? Maybe they were replacing his soul with the beast soul and put his memories back in it, though. Maybe it's still the same test that they were running. I can't remember. I'll have to reread the lines of Ueyawada. They're trying to... Okay, yeah, same thing. If anyone wants to quick look up the the notes in Ueyawada Field Station, and check I'm forgetting his name, but the guy they were studying, did they take a beast soul and put human memories in it, or did they take a human soul and put beast memories in it? Because I'm trying to remember if he was an example of what they were testing with the Vidral, or if he's an example of trying the other end of the spectrum. It's quiet. Too quiet. So, see, this is another example of augmentation. We know that this is their father's body augmented. Invitation's excess. Ambrose, the undeparted. We know that his soul was taken out, right? Because they said his soul, it was lifeless, soulless body, right? So that's an example of augmentation akin to what sort of thing we see with Stralsha.
Filthy rebels, you will not reach the king.
Phileas? You're right! Oh yeah, it is Phileas, Gaha, and... I didn't think about how all three of the bosses are reused.
My psychokinesis will bring you to your knees.
Okay, fucking, what is this, Psycho Mantis?
Forming directional gravity field.
Okay, was knocked into, so duly noted. Feint. Don't forget to use your feints. I know I will not stop being annoying about mitigation. I don't mean the people I'm playing with. I mean you, player, dear player. When you're in that alliance reign, you think no one's gonna notice? No one's gonna care? You. Use your reprisals, use your feints, use your addles. Make the healer's life easier.
Stubborn vermin, I will deal with you yet.
Remember, if you know how to use arm's length appropriately, that makes you better than 50% of the players in this game. Or at least more skilled, not, maybe not better. But if you want to be in the top 50% players, literally just knowing how to use arm's length is enough. As a start. I mean, also know your basics on top of that. But.
Disabling limiter, increasing psychokinesis potential. Why won't you die? Limit break, baby! Oh, my head feels like it's about to split. Ah! I must win, or else my souls!
If you go slow enough, do the other enemies do something? I wonder if he has other lines. Don't get me wrong. Great asset reuse, but it is interesting. One research note quotes, if the source of our failure so far has been the ability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process by purging a beast of its memory and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories? We stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. Okay, so I am right. They did do tests. I'm not crazy, or at least not for that reason. that in the Discord. Okay. Let's get it on. Have a good one, Deathberry. Another research node coding coming. Hold on tight. Sweet. Thanks, Linda. I'm convinced the second method I'm going to have... yes! V, let me promote you. When I get out, I will promote... oh, frick-a-frack. I'm going to have a cutscene, I think. But after that, I will promote you, V.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Just a moment.
It's so funny that Shale is... usually I can at least kind of hear the voice actor, but I can't hear Beowulf and Shale's voice at all.
And for reliable.
Follow the passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
The 11th level, just below the summit.
Look. Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then these are all...
Indeed. Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Don't tell me he's already used them up. That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator. Who's there?
Friends!
Alphino! And Y'shtola Adestinian too!
Lest you wonder, all is well in Terral. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
The backroom crew gave us a briefing. No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of void-sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
Okay, Shell, you may not be my favorite, but your love of lore...
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here. As you'll have heard, the Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
Together, let's get to the summit.
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friends. And I ask you to lend me your strength one last time. Together, let us defeat Zoralja and safeguard the future of Tulihyolal.
Man, I fucking love Heroes Forge Ahead.
Here's where I must excuse myself. Come back in one piece. You hear me?
We will. Every one of us.
I'm pretty sure Heroes Forge Ahead is kind of effectively at this point as the Scion theme, or at least one of them. Is it not? I thought for sure it was. It might just be a weird way to get. And paradisical predicament. There we go. Nope, you're right. It's not available as an orchestration role. That's crazy. Void Gate.
What in the world is that?
It couldn't be a void gate.
It's enormous.
Aye. It dwarfs even the one Zeromus opened.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
Then...
Yes. In all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
By the 12. To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
The speculation must wait. He's here.
I love how his throne mimics the Golden Throne. And I love that the Sky Deep Cenote is the music that plays. That's so appropriate.
There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form. Zeralja has far exceeded that limit. With the souls he has absorbed, he has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
12 have mercy.
Brother! It ends here and now!
But she's not a black mage, Danny. She's a sorceress. Different abilities.
How it vexes when you call me brother. Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolol. And you are Zorolja, king of resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight.
I love that look
for
of
duty, for blood, for everything.
that look of empathy in her eyes before this statement means everything. That look of pity.
Yes, we fight. Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote. I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
Okay, guys, we need 2 more slots open for the duty. Everkeep, now accessible. Okay, I'm promoting V. I need to go to the bathroom, so this is gonna give me a second. I'll let you guys take care of that. Also, I'd like to point out, if you haven't noticed already, Seeking Purpose, this theme, it's the Tuliolal theme. It is the theme of Tuliolal. Okay.
I'm something with Yoda. Kick Zerol's ass, we will.
That's low. I can join on my way. Sweet. Okay, we got people on the way. Cool. Let's take a second then to read chat. I'll read chat and also look at the environment. I've actually never, I mean, I've looked close to the top of Everkeep, but I've mostly looked at like its different phase versions, and also particularly in the like EX fight. So that's the entry. So this is just what sits atop. So this is, oh, I guess, right. I guess Sveen doesn't really exactly need quarters. This song, Seeking Purpose, equals Solution 9 theme, Starless Skyline, equals Smile Motif, equals Tuliolal theme, Tomorrow's Might. Yeah, good way of putting it, yeah. It's the top, the Everkeep fight theme is the Solution 9 theme, which is the Tuliolal theme because it is the motif of Smile. Yeah, that's yeah, exactly, Laffy, that's good. Remember, hit him with the charged plasma pistol first, and then switch to the precision weapons and go. Okay. Okay, I want to take a second. I want to take a second to explain what Jez is joking about there. Okay. So, for those who don't know, Zeralja looks an awful lot like an elite from Halo. Have you ever seen them before? Once he joins Alexandria, he looks an awful lot like a elite. And then there's the sound effect. Oh, come on. There we go. So whenever I see Zeralja, all I can think of is that. Yeah. Okay, we got two more on the way. The entry makes me wonder if the sundered nature of mortal souls could be part of the issue with stacking two different souls. Two pieces from different puzzles aren't going to sit flush. Sundered nature. That's an interesting question, Althea, because under that auspice, you would assume then that, but if that's true, that means ancients wouldn't have the same issue. And maybe that is true. Maybe ancients wouldn't have the issue. Back in Tulio Lawless is 1, where the role quests are. Yeah. When she says king among void sent, what does she mean, Zeromus? Because if so, that's a lot of souls. So, Relish, what she means is, so there's the 12 rungs of void sent. In Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1, and also, I mean, this has been around for forever. They even talk about it in, like, Void, in Dunscape, the Void Arc, when you do Ampor Key. There's the 12 rungs of classification rungs of the Void Sent hierarchy. There is, well, here, let me just read it. The Voidal Hierarchy. Using knowledge gathered from folklore, encounters, and actual summoning, scholars of the Void have taken to categorizing creatures into 1 to 12 rungs, representing relative strength and intelligence. The lower the number, the more formidable the Void Sent in relation to others. These ranks by no means have a bearing on the creature's actual standing within the Void, and merely serve to help Eorzeans better understand these mysterious and violent visitors. In terms of who would constitute a king amongst the highest rungs, something like the Cloud of Darkness. One of the undisputed rulers of the Void, an entity of an immeasurable strength, the Cloud of Darkness occupies the highest rung of the hierarchy of 12. This terrifying Void Sent encountered in the Dark Covenant with the Emperor Zandav ally that bid to invade the physical realm. The Cloud of Darkness is probably the highest, one of the highest of the kings in terms of entities that we know about. But other examples of a king rank Void Sent would be Golbez, Zeromus. Diablos is a high Void Mage Cesare, conducts the summoning of the powerful Void Zone. Threats more than magic. It doesn't say exactly where Diablos is considered, but I think they talk about it in Amphicor Keep or in Amphicor Hard. So it's more like a ranking. It's like the highest. What did I say? Diablos? Diablos. Diablos. I'm good. Just because I'm wrong doesn't mean I'm correct. No, but yeah, is it Diabolos? I'm gonna pull a Titus Titus one here. I think Diablos sounds cooler. But here, let me pull it up. I would also say skipping over the Diablos. Yeah, you're probably right. I swear it was Diablos in the original FF8, but it probably Mandela effect. That or, I mean, it was localized that way, right? You don't think that? Yeah, okay. Okay, we got one more on the list. Any other things? Oh, I didn't read, Luna wrote down the second one. A research note, our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results, even when stripped of memories. A feral soul can induce psychological instability in a subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain. While a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls could lead to physical mutations. This is an example of what we see in like the Arcadian, for example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so one more. Tam, did you say you're on your way, or you still a couple minutes away? Because we probably have to. This song is fun, yeah. What's funny is, okay, I don't want to get my stream demonetized, but this part, like the bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum, it sounds just like the Power Rangers Dino Thunder theme. Defenders of the line, getting back before the sign. I know that's a weird. Son, you're welcome to check out. It looks like Tam might be logging in now. It's okay. You don't have to be apologizing. No, like, reality is reality, right? I'm just checking. In the Arcadian, notably, it's not multiple souls. It's a singular but powerful soul. That is an interesting one there. It also makes more sense in terms of the physical manifestation changes. One, because of that level of strength, but also on top of that, if the soul associated is has that strong of effects on it, those strong of features, those features that are being applying onto an individual, right? Sounds like one of the Metal Gear Rising songs. Also, for those of you who know Devil May Cry 5, I know it's like completely different. This is technological versus like bioorganic demon tree, but I swear this reminds me of the fight against what's his name, not demon form of Virgil. The not like demon form, but you know, if you know, you know. You guys have anything to say? Oh, good, they do. If Zeralja isn't holding back, then we need but return the favor. Thus shall we honor Guru Jaja. But also, yeah, son, in the future, if you want to join, definitely do. Judging from his words, Zeralja will spare no souls for resurrection. He will burn through every last one to achieve his ambition. To strike down her brother for the sake of her people, hers is a terrible burden. She has us to help her bear it. We helped Lama Chi triumph over Zeralja in the right of succession. Even if Kona hadn't asked, it is our duty to see this battle through. Zeralja will not rest until he has brought the entire world to heel. We must put a stop to him once and for all. Zeralja will require time for the fully harness the souls he's absorbed. Ideally, we can finish things before him. Everyone is counting on us. We cannot lose, no matter what. Also, speaking of Arcadian, I figured out that the second feral soul in M4S is most likely Merilith, Serpent Lamia that has 6 arms with swords of each, based on stuff like Sword Quicker. Oh, that's interesting. It would also match up, seeing as we know the existence of powerful Serpent Souls thanks to Xander in Vanguard. So, that tracks laughing. So, okay, thanks Tam, no worries. Son, if you're around, if you wanna get the invite from V, go for it. Okay, is there anything else to investigate while we're waiting a second? If I remember, it was the first humans absorbing these souls. No, nothing particularly missing. Okay. Son's on their way. Everyone should be at, you said instance 1 in Tuliolal. You guys are out by where the world quests are on the beach, I believe. Honestly, we're doing good on time. We should only be probably about 10 or 20 over since we're going to be doing those 6 tomorrow. I will say, I might either start early or end way late tomorrow. Be ready for that, because there's going to be a lot to get through tomorrow. Awesome, Tam. That's exciting. Okay, I guess since we're going to be probably wrapping up not too long after this, I will do the warning, or do the, hey, come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives, where you can join us for all sorts of events. We've got events every night. We've got Thursday, we have maps. Friday, we have Lore Book Club. Saturday, we do mount farming. Wednesdays, we also do mount farming. Tuesdays, we do Alliance Raid re-clears. On Mondays, we do NA maps, I think. So we have all sorts of stuff that you can come join us and do. And if you want to support us, you can support us either at patreon.com, get your name in the banner above my head, or you can support us with super chats here, which goes towards the funds, towards backdrops and other tea stuff. But anyways, it's all appreciated. You don't need to hear me do the schmingle, spangle, bingle, bangle. But thank you all for the support for whatever you guys do, even just watching. Okay. That all said, let's get it going. Ooh, also we're doing Chaotic Alliance Raid on the 24th, so if anybody wants to join us for that. Known as the resilient son for the miracle of his birth, the first promised Zeralja was driven slowly by the desire to prove his worth. So it was that he had embarked upon the path of conquest, but it led him nowhere save to the empty summit. Having failed to win the throne and surpass his father, he remains consumed by his obsession, and has devoured the souls of his own people in a bid to achieve his ends. For the sake of not only Tuliolal, but the entire star, he must put an end to the struggle of this tormented man. Is there a better FF wiki than the fandom one? I would have to check them. Shock Tiral, Everkey. I don't know if this one is owned by fandom. King of Resolve, Neuralgia. But this is the one. This is the one I like using a lot.
Come at me with your all. I will make you kneel.
Let's fucking go. They all have their. There's 3 main wikis, and they all have their strengths and weaknesses. Oh, for the FF series as a whole? Yeah, no, I don't think so. The only one I know is the fandom one, and it kind of bites. That's also the one where there are the most errors by far, I have found. Whenever it involves like factual information for like lore. Pull at will.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen. I need more power.
Tell you what, when I first did Everkeep, I was a little let down because I felt like it was kind of partly because he's just kind of a dude in armor. At one, I mean, it goes places, so don't get me there. But I thought he like was a little bit too small in scale, not in like lore, paying for power of presence, but just like scale. I take that back. I really like this fight now, and I really like EX. It's a great fight.
What visions are these?
I really love EX. And I like EX3 a lot, though I get annoyed because of Ice Phase.
Is this my weakness given shape?
The love of your people. Why do you hate me so?
Down with you!
Don't move him, don't move him. Just keep Neuralgia in the center, please. And just step out. I mean, it's not that big a deal.
No limits will find me! Be gone. Along with my pitiful past.
It'll be a great dawn servant. None can compare to the resilience. Those were golden, so presumably those were all either his memories or others' memories. It's probably not others' memories, because those would have been stored. And also they're people of Tulio Law, so that must have been physically expressed memories. Presumably, right? And here we go! Yeah, definitely relish.
I am the worthy king. There is no miracle. This is my path. I trust only in myself.
Fool's path, then.
It's mine, the ultimate power.
I love the detail that he's a two-headed mammal jaw now, but one of the heads is missing. It's such a good detail.
This power is proof of my authority.
Out. In.
Creation yields to my command.
Mit.
My will resonates with reality. Mine is the path.
At least it's not elementals. I don't mind reading this when it's the, when at least it's just the gold swords. I'm trying to read this when it's the elemental. I have such a hard time. I wish all the orbs were different colors. Like it was like paint, like the tethered orbs were different colors.
All is mine to make and unmake.
It's gonna be back, front, in, or outs now.
Blade.
Go right.
Mine is the power.
Mitigates.
Mine is the path.
If only they had conga line in normal. Honestly, a like not too damaging conga line would be kind of cool.
My blades.
Or even if it was just like 4 instead of 4.
mercy.
Mitigate hardcore. We got Laffy just doing it. Laffy, I want to buy your landlady a new internet. Good rescue, V. Can we get Son back up when we have a second? Oh boy. I was a little zoomed in there. Remember, when you are being rezzed, you have 5 seconds of invincibility. Do not feel like you have to run.
No mercy.
Okay. Tank limit break. Okay. We can recover. Mitigate. Having a DC on Laffy again.
Mine is the power.
Mitigate.
Mine is the path. My blades.
Phenomenal job, guys. Great job recovering, especially when we had DC and a get down right for a stack. Good job, everybody. Goodbye, Zeralja. Becoming a twisted shade of his father. Or arguably, is he a twisted shade of his father? Or is Zeralja now what he always was? A blessed sibling without his sibling. Right? To some extent, right? His resolve without his reason. Always. Don't forget to sit to reset animations. Everyone get together. Line up. Gotta get the photos. Dymo, can we get you in line with everybody? Thank you, thank you. And /G pose. Only. Let's. I want Elio to not look like he's constipated, so let's give him a B. Good job, everybody. Throw that in the Discord. Do-da-dee-da-dee. Okay, let's finish up for tonight then. Oh, we're gonna be rolling on time. Again, thanks everybody for joining in. Time for the cutscene. I don't think it would change much, Tam. It would still, he'd still desire his father to connect to him. I think Galulja would still want his, even if he thinks his father's a terrible person, it's still his father to him. I think he, right or wrong, he would still crave that. Yeah, absolutely, son. Thanks for joining in. Much appreciated.
So, it is to be defeat.
Oh, sorry, Lavi. Don't have a ton of time, so I try to keep it pretty neutral. If I had time, I would for sure.
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you? Why didn't you want me?
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
Why does that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
In the mouth of babes, man.
You ask a lost man for the way. I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you. Would I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat on my brow? It is yours to embrace or spurn. I walked the path of ruin. Unable to surpass father. Or Ramachi. So much for the resilient son, the miracle.
Is in these silent souls.
You think Papa left you nothing? You God's damned fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You and Galulja.
Also, she said God's stand. That's another instance of them saying gods. Which, I mean, makes sense since the sunken gods would have been a duo, so. Yeah, 30 years stuck on the yeah.
It's not over.
Queen's Beam?
Forbidden speak.
Zorolja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore. Sphene?
Don't just let her take the fucking goblet!
Why are you here?
Don't let her just take the ah.
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people. And to express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer.
It's so funny to me. I feel like people describe Wukomat like she's like, friendship will overcome all. I'll just ignore all these. It's like literally every way that Wukomat is depicted in like 5 point, like in map 5 and onwards is literally, I have a duty, I will do it. It does not make me happy, and I want to avoid war and harm at all costs. But I will absolutely strike you down. I will slay Zoralja. I'm only hesitating to strike you down here because it is only gonna accrue more heartache and like it'll only make things worse for our people. Like that's our first and foremost priority.
Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward. A way that Tuliholal and Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
What do you mean?
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zoralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me. If there is something I can do for them, as their queen, I must do it.
Hear me, Sphene. We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead. They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die. You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwas is a hollow existence, that she can simply be allowed to fade away.
Your Majesty.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
She doesn't say I am Queen Sphene of Alexandria. She says I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria. One, that's important. I mean, obviously she's an endless, so that's no shit. But just that specificity is important. Ah. Yeah.
Seven hells. Ah.
Quick thinking, Y'shtola.
What is it?
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires, desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle. That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it. Nevertheless, if I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
And do what with it?
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail. My benevolence did naught to protect my realm. But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
That's so, like, I know that's echoing A, the final days, but that's also such an echo of the I in FF9.
Wait.
There's something I'm a little confused on geographically. So are we above the dome right now? Because if we are, then why couldn't we see the Void Gate from outside of Alexandria? Like the people of Alexandria. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Prosperity was the motivation that Kafka twisted. Yeah, that Kafka twisted. Yeah. Prosperity was the motivation. Yeah. To make Brahm become evil. Yeah, the evil queen. Yep. You mean, oh my god. Not Kafka. Kafka's the evil clown. Called fucking, Kuja. Kuja is his name. Mother, what has happened to you? If Kiwa's vessel shows no sign of life. No sooner do we deal with one threat. This truly bodes ill. What you're doing is wrong, Sphene, no matter how hard you try to convince yourself otherwise. That such a threat existed in another reflection. When Emet-Selch bade you seek discovery, is he aware of it? That is the second time someone has pointed this out, and I am almost certain of it. Again, I am certain of one thing. Emet-Selch was aware of everything up to the storm surge. After that, I don't know. Sphene has the potential to wreak unimaginable havoc with the key. We have no time to waste. Or at least everything that leads to the storm surge. You goddamn fool. Father. That woman Sphene, was it? In all likelihood, her true form lies in the reflection yonder. But how to go after her now? If Kiwa might have known something, but her vessel ceased to function when the portal closed. Let us examine it, and with luck, it will yield some much-needed clues. Kefkiwa's vessel shows no sign of life. Imagine me trying to see the peak of Mount Everest from China. That's a good point, Laffy. Just the sheer scope and scale. I've checked it for signs and it doesn't seem like there's any data being received to it. Kefkiwa said she operates her vessel from afar. Could something have befallen her? The words Sphene spoke to your mother, they mean anything to you? Those who came from my village, none of them remembered her. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who knew Namika. Then Kefkiwa is... You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. No, that's a good point, Relish. We would have to still be beneath the dome, or at least this area must have been beneath the dome before Vanguard broke through the... Yeah, that's a good point. While Sphene projected herself onto machines, Kefkiwa controlled hers remotely, but to me, they appeared identical in their existence. Both were inorganic objects suffused with faint amount of aether. When the aether faded, they became lifeless husks, as we all saw this happen to both the moment the portal closed. So if Kefkiwa was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond, but if none of her friends and acquaintances here remember her, then... Then Kefkiwa is an Endless too. The Endless, those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. All this time my mother was dead. She fooled us all. Sphene, for one, does not seem to think of them in that way. No, she loves them like she does all her citizens, and she'll do anything to protect them. Such as plundering aether from the source. Alas, Zeralja had his own agenda and spoiled the plan. But now that she has possessed the key, she could target other reflections without interference. Reflections whose people had no idea what she was willing to do. Then the people of the source are not only the ones in danger. We must stop her. We have to go where Sphene has gone. I want to talk to her again. Perhaps we'll find Kefkiwa as well. With the gate closed, we need to find an alternate means of passage. I'll look into it. Thank you. Let us begin by investigating this place. There may be clues relating to what lies beyond. Let me help out. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Anything at all. Of course, my friend. Your knowledge and expertise would be most welcome. I expect the investigation will take time. Perhaps you'd like to head back below with Gulja and get some rest. That's not a bad idea. We do need to share these developments with those in the back room as well.
Come on, Gulusha. I'm gonna assume it's just a projection and it's a fake sky or something. Maybe. Maybe. I don't feel like that's the intention we're supposed to take. You too, Elio. You're more than done your part for now. Leave this to us. Although, to your point about projections, maybe this is a fake sky. Why does the background change when we fight Zeralja? And it reflects his interiority. I presume that's a mass illusion and glamour he's affecting. I'll be fine. You don't need to worry about me. I was living a life of excess beyond, bound for an early grave when Kefkiwa came along. Though I was a complete stranger, she took me under her wing and set me straight. It's out of gratitude that I joined Oblivion, but I can't imagine any other life now. I owe her everything I have, and it pains me that I couldn't say goodbye. So much has happened so quickly. I'm still catching up mentally. But where it concerns Zeralja, I have no regrets. I made my choice and did what I had to do. I only wish I could have stopped Sphene, too. Stopped her from walking her misguided path. I could definitely use some rest. Okay, that's what we're gonna call it for today. Tomorrow we're gonna do map 6, and I'm gonna do my damnedest to try and get through the whole thing. So there's a lot to get through for sure, and there's a lot to talk about. But yeah, Ray, if either of you guys are around, if you can start doing the wrap up. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for joining, son. Hopefully we'll have you again. Friendly reminder that if you should join our Discord over at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. You can support us over our Patreon or drop super chats or messages. All that is very welcome, though none of it is necessary. If you could click the like button, click the like button. Appreciate that. All that good jazz. Friendly reminder that tomorrow should be the finale, so tomorrow will be presumably the end of 7.0. We won't be going directly into 7.1, and my plan is not to do the Alliance raids or the raids, Arcadian stuff, until those have all come out, so like a year from now. However, this probably will not be the cessation of streams, as one, I have a whole bunch of other streams that I'd like to get to, so like let me pull up my Trello boards on what, so some of the streams are reading all of the Leave lores, reading all the fish lore, creating a document that has every Yoshi P interview we can find on the internet in it, and try to also translate some of the Japanese ones. Ancient script practice, read the different scripts of Eorzea practicing together. Music stream for Endwalker number 2. We haven't done that. We need a music stream for the Dawn Trail music. We usually go through those and then try to pick apart all the places that leitmotifs reoccur, show up. And then I want to do streams for reading each and every Encyclopedia Eorzea as effectively like an audiobook, where I'll be recording it but also streaming it. If any of those particularly sound fun, definitely let me know. Also, if you guys have any types of stream that you would particularly want me to do, for sure let me know. The primary focus will be on streams that are hyper relevant to 14 as a whole. So if we do something like play another game, it would be specifically for the effect of, let's say, playing 11 or playing Nier. We already did Automata stream, but there's Replicant. Or other things that are fundamentally of value for 14 understanding, like playing through 9 or that sort of thing. I spent like 9 to 10 months until the end of Arcadian. Yes, so we should be, what? This is 0.5, so that's like, what, 8 weeks out. So we should be looking at a next patch in like February. And then that would be like, yeah, so probably next October. Yeah. How's a 3D printed chair? My 3D printing filament head, or my 3D printer head is borked right now for some reason, so I had to stop, but I am currently this far in. I've got a lot of other miscellaneous pieces not glued into it together, but it's coming along, and I'm very excited for it. And when I finish it, I'm gonna get it all nice and pretty, and then I'm also gonna make a little, I'm gonna get one of those built-in fireplaces, and I'm gonna put it in the corner, and I'm gonna put down a rug, and I'm gonna have the Archon chair and everything. How's the barrel tender coming along? Because the printing head's been borked, I haven't been able to print them yet. Thanks for stream. Yeah, definitely does. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for stream. Yeah, thank you, Althea. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much money. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling supporting your favorite archivist. Thank you. Thanks for stream. Thanks, Luna.
Kiko, thank you. Son, thank you. Anyone have any final questions or anything? Because otherwise I'm going to wrap it up there, and then I'm going to go eat dinner, and then I'm going to chill out for a bit. Friendly reminder, we have maps tonight. Should be starting in, what, 30 minutes? If I'm not mistaken. TR stream? Yeah, nice printed model of extracted. Yes, I have a 3D printed, I'm gonna 3D print a model of Barrel Tender as soon as I get it fixed up. No maps tonight, that's tomorrow. Oh my god, it's Wednesday. Holy shit, it's Amina tonight. I have lost all sense of track of times. So no, Amina will be running EX farming tonight. Time is illusion. Okay, I'm gonna head out. I've been Elio Forcer Ron, you've been you, and I will see you guys next time. Cheers, everybody!